Okay, so let's see if this works. Hi, hello, and welcome to SulMatul Slay the Princess. Please let me know how my audio balancing is, because my audio balancing is probably going to be a problem until I figure this out. Let's have a look. I'm also just going to make sure I've got chat actually open on another on my laptop here as well, so that I can actually see what you guys are saying and I don't do the same mistake that I did on the pathologic video and have half my camera covering up the dialogue. Which is foolish of me. The mic is a bit low. Okay, we're going to boost up the mic. How's that? Is that better? Let's have one more. Okay. Right. Fantastic. Brilliant. If that's good, then we're gonna go and pop a everyone. Hi. Oh, thank you, Samwise the Blue. That's really kind of you to say. Right. Right. Wonderful. Okay. We're now gonna post to a couple of other places. One more. One or two more, just little self-promo zones. Wonderful. Oh, thank you. My voice and features coming across a little bit ethereal is kind of the point. I've done some behind-the-scenes camera fuckery to make this whole thing look a bit more, you know, glowy. Wonderful. Okay. I think we should probably be good to go from here. Hi. The stream's current bitrate is lower than the recommended bitrate. Oh, that's fine. I'm sure it's okay. I hope it's okay. How does it look to you guys? Does it look pixelated or crunchy, or does it look like normal? I hope it looks normal. The joys of beginning to set streams up. Okay. If it looks normal to everyone, then, well, fuck it. Why not begin? Hello everyone, I'm SulMatul, and this here is Slay the Princess, a game that some of you may know, some of you may not. I know this game very well, and yours truly is currently being the princess. This is a visual novel of sorts. A visual novel adventure game, choices matter, horror, various things that's been tagged as. But I personally agree with the writer's own description that this is in fact a love story. But it's not exactly a love story that would be particularly romantic to most people, although it's extremely romantic to me. So... Bell hooks didn't explain how to slay princesses respectfully. Well, I mean... are we overthrowing feudalism? Maybe. Maybe, in fact, the real monster was, in fact, the monarchy all along. But, to be more specific, yes, a horror story, a love story, why not both? As a general side note, I'm acquaintances with the voice actor that narrated this game. Passing acquaintances, but still, small world, huh? Shall we begin? Existentially romantic. Yes, I think that's a very good description. Chapter 1.
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess. You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world.
So, I'm gonna make this a relatively interactive one. What do we want to say, chat? What do we want to do? Do we want to just continue on and agree with that? Do we want to say, sweet, I've always wanted to offer Monarch, vive la revolution? Or do we want to perhaps explore a little bit about what's going on first? I'm gonna vote we explore. The end of the world? What are you Sorry, the internal voice is probably gonna be a bit more masculine, doesn't it? End of the world? What are you talking about?
I'm talking about the end of everything as we know it. No more birds, no more trees, and perhaps most problematically of all, no more people. You have to put an end to her.
Rather problematic. We're hashtag cancelling this princess. But how can any princess locked away in a basement end the world?
Don't linger on the specifics. You have a job to do here. Just get in there and do what needs to be done. We're all counting on you.
Do you have any evidence to back this up?
Look, you're already on the path that leads to the cabin. Why would you be here if it weren't to complete a very important task? You've made it this far, you might as well reach the end of your journey.
How's the audio balancing, by the way, chat? Is the audio balancing okay now? Or do I need to put the game's audio up or down? I'm just gonna wait for chat to respond before going too much further. Audio's good. Fine. Yes, Asher the Free. That is Johnny Sims, and he used to be the frontman of The Mechanisms. That was also a band I used to listen to many moons ago. In fact, I have a bunch of their original albums in my bookshelf over there. Have you considered that maybe the only reason that she's going to end the world is because she's locked up?
While I appreciate the mental exercise, we are running up against a bit of a ticking clock. Nevertheless, let me assure you, the princess is locked up because she's dangerous. She is not dangerous because she's locked up. And before you decide to waste even more of our time by asking how I know that, let me suggest a more pragmatic lens through which to view this situation. Causality doesn't matter here, because the end result is the same no matter what led us up to this point. If the princess leaves the cabin, the world will end, and there is no changing that.
Interesting how causality apparently doesn't matter. Causality doesn't matter, then how could the princess be the end of the world?
It's no use arguing semantics over a metaphorical chicken or egg, because the egg is hatched and it's about to ruin everything.
So you say.
Unless, of course, you do your job and slay her.
Well, killing a princess seems kind of bad though, doesn't it?
Does it? Are you a monarchist? Is slaying a princess that much worse than slaying a fisherman or a miller or a seamstress? If anything, slaying a princess is much better than slaying a seamstress. Seamstresses contribute something of value to society.
Ah, nice and with the leftist discourse justification for murder here. Cool, cool, cool. Can't someone else do this?
Oh, if only that were the case. But I don't make the rules. I have to say, I'm surprised at your reluctance thus far. But unfortunately for the both of us, you're the only one who can pull this off. Like I said, I don't make the rules, no matter how much I wish I did.
Have you considered that maybe I'm okay with the world ending?
Of course I haven't. Why would I even consider that? Nobody wants the world to end. I mean, maybe some people do, like nihilists, or very, very evil people, but surely you're not one of those, right?
Do I get, like, a reward of some sort for doing this?
Yes, but you'll have to slay her before you get it.
Ugh. Can you tell me what my prize is going to be for apparently doing a good job?
It's a secret, but I think you'll like it. It's a special reward, just for you. And whatever you think it might be, I can promise you it's going to be even better than your wildest imagination.
Forget it, I'm not doing this.
Are you serious? No, you have to do it.
Look, I'll go to the cabin and I'll talk to her, and if she's as bad as you say, then maybe I will slay her, but I'm not committing to anything until I've had the chance to meet her face to face.
Then I guess we'll just have to see what happens. But a word of warning. If you go in prepared to hear her out, she could easily trap you in her web of lies. And the more you listen to her honeyed words, the harder it'll be to pull yourself out.
So you say.
Then each and every one of us is doomed.
So you say.
So sure, go, talk to her. See how that turns out for all of us. You make your way up the short path to the cabin. You'll find the princess within.
Is my name a Morrowind reference? Yes, because I made my YouTube account when I was approximately 13 years old, and I was playing Morrowind at the time. And Nerevarine was already taken, and Almalexia was already taken, so I kind of just cycled down other names that I was using until I found SulMatul, which was, I think, the quest line that I got up to in the game, and then the name stuck. I really should have changed it, but it was already there and stuck before, by the time I became accidentally Z-list internet micro-celebrity famous.
We're not going to go through with this, right? She's a princess. We're supposed to save princesses, not slay them. Ignore him. He doesn't know what he's talking about.
Having a bit of dissent in our heads here, aren't we?
The interior of the cabin is almost entirely bare. The air is stale and musty, and the floor and walls are painted in a fine layer of dust. The only furniture of note is a plain wooden table. Perched on that table is a pristine blade. The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right.
And so we come to our first big decision point in this run of the game. So, chat. Do we take the pristine blade, or do we leave it be upon the table? Do we enter the basement without the blade? I'm going to see what we all say before we make a full decision here. We'll give it a minute or two for you guys to discuss among yourselves and vote. But yes, take the blade or leave the blade. Take the blade or leave the blade. I am a fan of swords. I do like nice, shiny, sharp things. But what would that mean in this scenario? Take it. Take it. Take the blade, leave the blade. One for leave. About 3 or 4 or 5 for take. Oh, another one for leave. Leave. Okay, okay. 3, 4 for leave. 4 for take. 5 for take. Okay, we're pretty neck and neck so far. Okay, okay. Taking it. Sounds dangerous. Leave it. Take it. Stab, stab, stab. Stab, stab. Hey. I see you over there saying stab. I see you over there saying stab. I swear to God. The world will end. The world will end if we fail our task here, at least as far as one of our internal narratives is telling us. The world will end if we fail. Flip a coin. Murder, murder, murder. It would be a little bit impolite to come in with the blade. We feel fight her with the blade. Voice of the hero is based. I do like the voice of the hero. He is my second favorite. I vote for knife sit. Oh, okay. I think that take the knife and motion towards her speedily with it. Hey, I see you there still. You want me to take the knife? Fine. Okay. I think that for round 1, it sounds like we are taking the knife.
You take the blade from the table. It'd be rather difficult to slay the princess and save the world without it.
It would be now, wouldn't it? A knife is many things. A knife is a weapon. A knife is a tool. A knife is a thing that allows for cutting and tearing. A knife is an implement. A knife is agency. If we are perhaps to read this as a metaphor for various things, is perhaps this knife that we now hold a metaphor for our agency in this particular scenario? We, as the male-coded character, about to approach a female-coded character. Interesting, no?
The door to the basement creaks open, revealing a staircase faintly illuminated by an unseen light in the room below. This is an oppressive place. The air feels heavy and damp, a hint of rot filtering from the ancient wood. If the princess really lives here, slaying her is probably doing her a favor.
I'm just gonna reposition my camera slightly. I think that's probably better. There we go. Yep. So you can actually see the text.
Her voice carries up the stairs.
Who's there?
She sounds dangerous. It's almost as if she's the one in charge down here.
Don't let it fool you. It's all part of the manipulation.
Hi.
Don't be a stranger. It's been so long since I've had any visitors. Come on down.
You walk down the stairs and lock eyes with the princess. There's a heavy chain around her wrist, binding her to the far wall of the basement.
She's so coldly beautiful. Is she really a threat to the world?
Focus on the task at hand.
And there you are. Are you here to kill me or something?
What? No way. Why would you even think that? Nuh-uh. I haven't decided yet. I'm just here to talk. Or shall we steel our nerves and step forward? Mercy or murder? Blocky Kuleva, this is not my first playthrough, but it is the first playthrough for many people in chat. I have many thoughts about this game. Okay. I'm just here to talk.
Then why did you bring a knife with you? How about you drop it, and then we can chat?
She makes a compelling point. What if we just dropped the blade and talked? Look at her. It's not like she's a threat. Don't you dare. It's fine. We can decide what we want to do after we talk to her. Maybe she really is a monster. But killing someone in cold blood isn't very becoming of us.
Do we kill her? Drop the blade or tighten our grip? Mercy or murder? This is our first interaction with this woman after all, but she is apparently supposed to end the world. Drop the blade, drop it is.
The blade tumbles out of your trembling hands and drops to the floor with an unceremonious clang.
Thank you. Maybe now we can just talk.
Against your better judgment, you step forward to speak with the princess face to face.
Honeyed words.
Unarmed.
Indeed, Harriet. Honeyed words, indeed.
We'll be fine. I don't know what you're hoping to accomplish here, but I can assure you there's no reasoning with her. Just make sure you don't forget about the blade on the floor. You're going to need it.
So here we are. What an awkward start to a relationship.
A relationship? Are you coming on to me?
Don't jump to any weird conclusions. We're two people who have met each other. By definition, we have a relationship.
But I'm here because you're supposed to end the world.
Don't just tell her that.
Is that why they threw me down here? But I don't want to hurt anyone. I like the world, I think. I don't remember much about it, to be honest. I've been down here a long time.
Just how long has she been down here?
A good question. How long has she been down here?
If I'm supposed to be capable of ending the world, then how did I wind up here, chained to a wall? Have they told you why I'm allegedly so dangerous?
Well... what are you going to do if I let you out of here?
The princess hesitates before responding. She doesn't know. She's been down here too long to have any idea of what she'd do in another life. She knows what she'd do. She's just searching for whatever answer she thinks you want to hear.
I don't think I can answer that question in a way you'd find meaningful. At the end of the day, whatever the two of us have going on down here is about trust.
I'm going to highlight that line as probably the most important line in the game.
Whoever sent you to slay me claimed I was a threat to the world, but they didn't tell you why. That doesn't sound right to me. And I don't think it sounds right to you either. Otherwise we'd be killing each other instead of talking.
She has a point. There's a reason I've been telling you to question the situation, and there's a reason you've listened.
So, I could tell you that I'd lead a quiet life in the woods, or that I'd open an orphanage, or that I'd do any other number of good things that I'm sure you think you want to hear. But you don't really know me, do you? What can my word possibly be worth in a situation like this?
What can her word be worth? We've been told that she's bad, she's evil, that she is going to end the world in some way or another. We've been told this. We have no evidence of this. We don't have any evidence that she would do any good, either. Would you trust her?
She's right about one thing. Her word isn't worth anything.
That's one person that doesn't trust her.
Like I said, it's all about trust. Blind trust. So do you trust me, the prisoner, the victim, the princess clearly incapable of ending the world? Or do you trust whoever put me here?
Is she a victim?
She's wrong. This isn't about trust. This is about risk. We stand to lose everything, all for the sake of one person, and a subjugating monarch no less.
What's your name?
She hesitates before answering.
You can address me as your Royal Highness, or Her Majesty. Any honorific should do, really.
Again, she offers no specifics. No matter how hard you try, you'll never get a straight answer out of her.
How long have you been down here?
Too long.
How would I get you out of here?
You can't. Don't bother.
I'm guessing you don't have the key then. I'm sure there's a key somewhere around here, and if there isn't, well, we can always put that knife to good use.
Her sharp eyes settle on the edge of the blade. She isn't suggesting what I think she's suggesting, right? She is. I'm sure of it.
Okay, we've talked enough.
Oh, have you decided what to do with me?
You know why you're here.
Is she a victim? Right now, it's difficult to say for sure, but she certainly lacks agency in this scenario. Does that automatically make her a victim? That is a question that I don't entirely know how to answer. She is in a scenario where she is chained up. She is the damsel in distress to us being the hero going in. Or the villain going in if we're going to, depending on what we do. In the little triangle, little trio of villain, hero, victim. She's certainly occupying the victim role, but that little triangle of hero, villain, and victim, is that a true view of what is really going on? Or is that merely a false narrative that we would lay over a much more complicated situation? A difficult thing to be sure. Give me 2 moments. May I ask a favor? Would you be able to fetch me the dagger?
Which one?
The one on the shelf.
My one.
Yes, if you would be so kind.
My granddad's one.
Yes. I figured that would be useful for this. So, are we going to slay the princess? Are we going to get the princess out of here, or are
Can you
we...
show a real knife on?
It's fine. Are we going to slay the princess? Are we going to try and get her out of her chains? Or are we just going to delay this decision forever and keep her merely locked away? Slay, slay, examine the chains.
Murder.
Someone wants murder. It is indeed time for props. Murder or not. Save, liberate, save.
Destroy.
To merely keep her locked away is to put off a decision, it's not to make one, or rather it is to make a decision, but a false compromise. To lock her away is apathy. Apathy is still a choice, but a bad one. We all know that apathy is death, don't we? So what do we do? Slay her? Don't trust a synth? Her liberation will at least mean the subjugation of the peasantry once more? Perhaps. Freedom? Freedom isn't worth the risk. Maybe she was chained for a reason. Maybe she was. Maybe we look upon her with suspicion and scorn. But perhaps the way that she is treating us in return with suspicion and scorn is merely a reflection of what we give unto her. Transference, counter-transference. I don't think Kriya would like it. I don't think Kriya would like that you're relying on the chat to make such a big decision. No, she would not. Maybe she was or is a war criminal who was very, very sorry. What if she was a war criminal who was very, very sorry? That would make her absolutely redeemable in my eyes. I've never played a character like that in either TTRPGs or LARP. I've never done that. She could be selling vapes to kids. Then again, she might not be. Are we assuming her guilty before we assume her innocent? Are we merely projecting our assumptions onto her, and her behavior is matching in accordance with what we project? How much stereotype bias are we making her suffer from here? And it is her that suffers, because in this particular scenario, one of us has agency, and the other does not. And of course, it's the feminine-coded one that lacks it. I'm getting you out of here. Examine the chains.
Oh, you have to be kidding me. You walk up to the chains binding the princess to the wall and give them a tug. They're large and heavy, far too solid for you to even imagine trying to break them apart.
If you don't have the key, maybe you should go looking for it. I'm sure it's somewhere upstairs.
Doubtful. Whoever locked the princess away down here intended for her to never see the light of day. They wouldn't have just left the key to her chains somewhere in the cabin.
And if there isn't a key, do you have any ideas, besides me cutting you out of here?
That would be fine. I can lose an arm.
She speaks with almost complete nonchalance. If we were stuck down here for long enough, I'm sure we'd be nonchalant about cutting our way out. Anything to finally be free. You attempt to make your way out of the basement, but the door at the top of the stairs slams shut. You hear the click of a lock sliding into place. Is someone else here?
Try the door.
You try the door, but it's locked from the outside. You're here to slay the princess, and you won't leave until the task is done.
Perhaps we don't have as much agency as we thought. Perhaps we are indeed also subject to the whims of fate or the whims of our own internal narratives. Let me out of here!
Your shouts and pleas are met with silence.
And alas,
I'll repeat myself once again. You're here to slay the princess, and you won't leave until the task is done.
then we return.
You make your way back to the bottom of the stairs. This would have been so much easier if you'd simply slain her like you were supposed to. Easier for whom? Easier for everyone.
I heard the door slam. They locked you down here too, didn't they? The knife. Pick it up and cut me out of here.
You won't like what happens if you do that.
We have two options. Do you want to save her or slay her? We are given the agency to decide whether she lives or dies in this moment. One vote for slay. 2 votes for slay. Well, no. 1 vote for slay, 1 vote for save. Save? Save? Saving the princess it is.
Against your better judgment, you place the blade against the princess's arm, just above the massive, unyielding chain.
Oh, a trigger warning for gore, by the way.
You cut into her flesh. The blade is sharp, and you make quick work of it. Before long, you're able to crack through bone, and she pulls the bleeding stub of her arm through the iron gauntlet. She didn't so much as utter a sound.
Free from her bindings, the princess turns to face you, her fierce gaze meeting your eye.
How is she so composed after losing an arm? It's like she isn't even bothered by it.
Thank you. Now let's get out of here.
No, we won't have any of that. The stakes are too high. You can't just let her escape into the world. No, I just can't let her escape into the world. As the princess approaches the bottom stair, your body steps forward and raises the blade. Wait, this isn't fair. You can't just do that. Watch me. Stop that.
I thought this was a little too easy.
Your body lunges forward to sink the blade into her back, but the princess swiftly moves out of the way before you can connect. Stop it! Stop resisting me! I am trying to get you out of here alive.
I also love the color contrast in the art style. It's all black and white except for the blood red that matters. A little Kurosawa-y. One of the other things I like here as well is that the cursor changes according to whether you have or don't have the knife, and whether the knife is bloodied or not. Right now, the cursor is bloodied.
The blade. Move the blade.
You're doing your best to help me, aren't you? I can see the conflict in your eyes. I'll make this quick.
She steps forward and pries the blade from your rigid hands.
Maybe I'll see you in another life.
And then she slits your throat with an almost clinical ease. Her face remains unchanged as she watches you collapse to the ground, blood flowing from your butchered neck. This is the end, isn't it? I'm afraid it is. Everything goes dark, and you die. I hope it was worth it.
Chapter 2. The Prisoner.
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess. You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world.
I'm getting a terrible sense of deja vu.
A terrible sense of deja vu? No, you don't have that. This is the first time either of us have been here. Don't forget what he did to us the last time around. I wouldn't trust a word out of his mouth. There's got to be a way out of here, for us and for the princess. We just have to keep trying. I'm inclined to agree. If he doesn't remember what happened last time, maybe it's best to keep it that way. You know I can hear you two, right? It's going to be a lot harder than you think to keep secrets from me. And as far as trying to help her goes, need I remind you how catastrophically dangerous she is to the world at large? I told you about the stakes of this situation less than a minute ago.
Look, this is more than just deja vu, though. I'm pretty sure that this whole thing really just happened.
We could go back and forth on this forever, and it won't get you any closer to doing your job and saving the world. So let's just agree to disagree.
Let's assume that I'm telling the truth, and little of this really did already happen. Why should I listen to you? Why should I bother doing anything?
Those are two very different questions, but fine, I'll indulge you if that's what it takes to get you moving. Let's say for a moment that this really is the second time you've met me, or at least a version of me. If you're back here, I'm assuming you died, which probably only happened because you didn't listen to me. The absolute irony. Well, that's one way to put it, I guess. You really don't remember what happened last time, do you? You practically forced the princess to kill us. That doesn't sound like the sort of thing I'd do, which is honestly all the more reason for you to not buy into whatever self-delusions the three of you are crafting. But this is a thought experiment, so I suppose I'll continue to give you the benefit of the doubt. If I did practically force the princess to kill you, it was probably for a good reason. Did you try and free her? Did you say something really mean to me? Because if I really did what you said I did, you probably deserved it. I'm a professional, after all.
Professional, truly. Yes, as some of you may have noticed, the agency is perhaps not entirely within our control either. The narrator has a great deal of agency. Don't narratives have a great deal of agency over how we tell the stories of our lives?
Sure you are.
But are they accurate?
Anyway, I believe your second question was, what's the point of doing anything? If you're asking that, it sounds to me like you're making the rather dangerous assumption that your actions last time around didn't have any consequences. What do you mean? Of course there weren't any consequences. You forced the princess to kill us and now everyone's right back where they started. That sounds pretty consequence-free to me. Yes, but in this purely hypothetical scenario, that begs the question of how you got back here. Did time simply rewind itself, or were you instead transported to a different world entirely?
What does time matter in a world that causality seems to be fluid?
If it's the latter, what do you think happened after you died? Do you think the people there lived happily ever after? Or do you think that the princess, left unhindered, brought about the end to everyone and everything, just like I told you she would?
What a conveniently ambiguous group of things for her to ruin. For all we know, the princess left the cabin and never saw another soul.
Oh, how I wish that were the case, but if the princess weren't a certain, inevitable threat to the world, the four of us wouldn't be here. And yet, here we are.
I love being an existential threat to humanity. I love being constantly told that I'm an existential threat to humanity.
You're talking in circles.
No, I'm talking in facts.
Am I talking about the game or real life? Let's talk about this princess.
Just be quick about it.
The only reason she was able to kill me last time is because I let her, and all she did was slit my throat. How is she supposed to end the world?
She just can. Believe me, I wish I could tell you more, but you'll just have to trust that what I'm saying is true, and that, despite it all, you're fully up to the task that's been given to you.
You haven't given us an ounce of proof. You do know that, right?
What proof could you possibly ask for? Literally anything. Fine. Check your pockets.
I guess we'll check our pockets.
You put your hands in your pockets and pull out an envelope with the words, "The Evidence," written across the front. Within, you find a note in your handwriting. It reads, "The princess will end the world if you don't stop her. This is an immutable truth."
That doesn't prove anything. How do we know you didn't just forge our handwriting?
I wish I could tell you more, but there are some rules I have to follow for all our sakes. Please just trust that these rules are in place for a reason. I'm on your side.
You mean you're on our side as long as we do what you tell us to?
Exactly. Because you not doing what I tell you to do means you're putting the world at risk.
I think we've got everything out of him we're gonna get.
Who locked her in the basement? What is this place?
People locked her in that basement, and I told you what this place is. It's a path in the woods. Don't overcomplicate things.
If people locked her away, why couldn't they slay her? Why is this falling on me?
Look, I'm not supposed to say this, but it's because you're special. You're the only person capable of doing this. Call it a prophecy, if that helps, but it's just the way things are.
Ah, indeed. Being told that you're special, that you have a great destiny, that is very, very much an easy way to manipulate people into doing what you want.
Oh, I didn't know we were special.
It's a great form of flattery.
Of course you're special. Why else would you be here?
Yes, right. We're here because we're special.
Look, you're annoyed that you're here. I get it. I'm also annoyed that I'm here. But we're all in this together, and we're dealing with a bit of a ticking clock right now, so please just get to the cabin.
You're being cagey. What is it you're not telling me?
I've told you everything you need to know. Going into more detail would just overcomplicate an otherwise very simple situation and make your job more difficult. Not to sound like a broken record, but the less you know about her, the better things will go for all of us. I know it sounds like I'm hiding something, but you're just going to have to trust me here.
Very well.
Great. Now, if you don't mind, the whole world is waiting with bated breath for you to save it from ruin.
And so we continue.
A warning before you go any further. She will lie, she will cheat, and she will do everything in her power to stop you from slaying her. Don't believe a word she says.
Yes, don't believe a word she says. Just go in, take the knife, and do what you're supposed to. Wink.
Did you just say wink out loud?
No, I didn't. Wink.
Just ignore this clown and focus on the princess.
Proceed to the cabin then.
The
interior of the cabin is less a cozy woodland retreat and more like a dungeon. A few pathetic wisps of starlight attempt to illuminate the cold, uninviting stone walls, and thick, wrought iron bars barricade the windows, reminding anyone who enters that this is a prison.
Is indeed a prison. But then again, it always was, wasn't it? What else do you call a place where someone is chained up against their will?
The only furniture of note is an iron table, bolted to the floor, a pristine blade perched on its edge. The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right.
The blade remains agency. He didn't say anything about the mirror on the wall.
He definitely did not. Does a mirror not count as furniture of note to you? Because it should.
There isn't a mirror. There's a table, the blade sitting on the table, and the door to the basement. There's nothing else in here. There's definitely a mirror. There isn't.
I think you know what we have to do.
Why would you lie about that? What is the point?
Exactly. Why would I lie about something so meaningless? What good would a mirror even do? That you waste time preening yourself instead of doing what needs to be done.
You know, the whole cabin is actually different than last time.
Very different. Yes, but why? Did he change it? Or did it change all on its own? Maybe it's a different cabin entirely. Now isn't that a novel thought? Maybe you haven't actually been here before. I hope
The
this means you'll
mirror is on the
finally
left,
cut
by
your
the way.
ridiculous
It's
past
this
life
thing here.
nonsense. You haven't died, and you certainly haven't been killed by the princess. So focus up. Don't get distracted by minor details.
Let's have a look at the mirror, shall we?
You walk up to the wall next to the basement door. It's a wall. There isn't much to see here.
Looks like a mirror.
This really isn't funny.
Wipe the mirror clean.
You reach forward and rub your hand against the cabin wall. I hope you know how ridiculous you look right now. But it was there a second ago.
And now it's gone. If he doesn't want us to know about it, it must be important. We should keep our eyes peeled. Maybe it'll be back.
Now, once more, we come to an important decision point. Do we take the blade? Do we trust that things will be fine without it, or do we trust that we might need something a little bit more violent should it come to it? A blade is a tool, as well as a weapon. It is a means through which we can direct our agency. It is what gives us more agency. And when one is on that little triangle of hero, villain, victim, and you're in that little corner of being a victim, the thing that lets you get out of that to be either the hero or the villain is agency. At least, so a victim may see it. And why wouldn't you want to claim agency if you've been victimized by something else? Do you see where this is going? Do we take the blade or do we leave the blade? Flip a coin. Do I have a coin available at my desk? How can a princess trust you if you walk in with a tool of destruction? Very good question. It does set the tone. Could a knife, even the act of bringing your agency with you, set a tone, or can be considered escalation, perhaps? Or perhaps it merely emphasizes the already broken power dynamic. The power dynamic is broken no matter what we do, but do we want to accentuate or de-emphasize that? We came in with a knife before, and it certainly said something about trust, didn't it? Try to leave it, try to take it. do find it fascinating how this always produces a decent 50-50 result. In people's opinions, I am fascinated. Leaving it? Leave it? Leave it? Leave it then. Take it? Oh, okay. Leave or take, leave or take. We are going. And every problem is a nail when all you have is a hammer. Exactly. And every flesh is very stabbable when all you have is a knife. I think there's been... it's very balanced still. Take it and see if she remembers before you give up your agency. Very well. You know something, sneaky tree?
You take the blade from the
We're
table.
gonna go with that.
It will be difficult to slay the princess and save the world without a weapon. Good idea. Much better to be armed than to go in with blind hope alone.
Is it? When all you know is fear and all you have is violence. Can you build a better world with that?
The door to the basement creaks open, revealing an old stone staircase. A few sputtering torches attempt to vaguely illuminate your path, dancing across glimmering patches of slimy moss on the stone steps. If the princess lives here, slaying her would probably be doing her a favor. Her voice, harsh but controlled, carries up the stairs.
Is that a visitor I hear? Please, come downstairs. It's been a while since I've had company.
Does she remember us?
Does she indeed?
You walk down the stairs and lock eyes with the princess. She looks up at you, the heavy collar around her neck clanking loudly as she moves. The chains binding both her wrists to the far wall, joining the metallic chorus as she adjusts her hands in her lap. So much for cutting her out of here.
Do you hear yourself right now? Cutting her out of here never should have been on the table.
Have you noticed the empty chain on the wall? Odd that in a place where everything seems to serve a distinct purpose, there will be something so obviously useless.
So obviously useless, we say? Is it now?
That was there last time too, wasn't it? It was.
What an interesting development. Why don't you have a seat? The two of us should chat before you bury that thing in my heart.
Interesting how there's always two chains attached to the wall, at least. Or rather, the space for two chained prisoners. I wonder who the second prisoner in this endless cycle is. Do we choose apathy? Do we sit with her, or do we kill her? Oh, hello, Cordobas. Thank you so much. I hope I pronounced your name correctly. Sit with her? Sit with her we will.
You step towards the princess, but she stops you before you get too close, holding up one shackled hand.
There's fine. I'd prefer we keep some distance until we've sorted this out.
Is that a literality, or is that merely a metaphor? After all, do you trust everyone that comes close to you, when they might be big and scary and dangerous? Armed with a weapon that could kill you? Even if they aren't armed with a weapon that could kill you in literal terms. If they're still dangerous enough to kill you, do you trust them? Or would you rather keep some distance until you know that you can trust them?
That's reasonable. We do have a weapon. Might as well put her at ease.
Oh gosh, that was a buzz of a phone. My apologies. Sit where we're told to sit or sit closer? I think we're going to sit where we are told.
You do as she asks and sit on the floor, still a good distance away from her.
Thank you. Now, what are your intentions for me?
My intentions? What do you mean?
Yes, your intentions. You have a knife. What are you going to do with it? Why are you here? There isn't a keyhole in these shackles, so I'm afraid my only way out is surgical removal.
Is she forgetting about the shackle on her neck?
Or does she think she'd survive a beheading?
Does she think she'd survive a beheading?
You're right. Maybe she's delusional. All the more reason not to trust her.
Unless she really could survive.
Though I suppose you could just be here to kill me. But I don't think that's in either of our best interests.
I've been here before. Am I the only one who remembers that?
Oh? Are we acknowledging that? I thought we weren't going to give away the game. But yeah, I remember.
I guess what you said back in the woods really was true. As much as I would like to remain in denial, it's no use. This has complicated things.
It's complicated things how, exactly?
Ideally, this was supposed to be one and done. You go to the cabin, you heroically slay the princess, and in the process you save the entire world from being damned to oblivion. The situation right now, where you're getting a second shot at things, is a contingency.
A contingency for what?
For you failing, obviously. And you being here means that things are going to be a lot harder than they were. I really shouldn't say anything else, I'm just going to make it worse. Just good luck.
Now hold on, if you knew this could happen, why didn't you believe us back in the woods? Why lay out all those hypotheticals? We didn't have to talk in circles.
I needed you to believe this was your first time here, even if that wasn't the truth. I hoped if I pushed back hard enough I could cram this seeping mess back into the bottle. And maybe I wanted to be the first version of me that you met. I didn't want to be confronted by the alternative.
What do we do when our personality has been splintered into 1,000 little facets?
That's pathetic. I never said I wasn't. I get it. It would be pretty upsetting, wouldn't it? To know that you might not be the first version of yourself.
Or any of
At
us.
least we can remember what happened before. Seems like we should count ourselves lucky for that.
Are any of us really the first version of ourselves, or are we merely what we remake ourselves to be over and over as we age? No river has the same water twice, after all.
Exactly, he gets it. You're lucky, so don't waste that luck by messing it up again. Alright?
Moving on. Why is it important for us to be ignorant? How is it ever helpful to be in the dark?
The more I say, the more your mind will swim into dangerous waters. Even saying that is too much. Your success hinges on you having imperfect information. For the sake of the entire world, you need to accept that.
Blind trust, it seems. Would you rather blind trust the narrator or the princess? Everything is about blind trust.
I won't.
Just give it a rest, this isn't helping.
Focus. This is a serious situation. You shouldn't be daydreaming.
What happened after I died last time?
Nothing happened. You died. I went upstairs. I couldn't leave. I found myself in a new place in chains again. More of them. And now you're back.
Is that really all she knows?
It's not like we have much of a clue about how things work. And she's probably even more in the dark than we are.
You're looking at me like I might be hiding something. I'm not.
I guess it's possible
Isn't
she
she?
really doesn't know anything. Maybe both of us are stuck in this loop without any idea why or how.
How am I supposed to cut you out if you hadn't noticed your head is in shackles too?
No. Like I trust you to come any closer with that knife. All you're going to do is hand it to me and watch me work.
But she would have to cut her head off, right? She can't be suggesting that.
certainly seems confident. Maybe she knows something we don't.
Or maybe you should consider the most likely scenario. She's bluffing so she can disarm you.
Though if she isn't bluffing, whatever she has planned might be for her benefit alone. There's no guarantee that what's good for her is good for us.
So, what should we do?
I don't know. I'm just spelling out our options, listing the pros and cons.
Yes, Trash Kitty. I have indeed played Slay the Princess before. This is not a blind playthrough. I know what happens, and I know what I'm doing enough with the story, but I'm not playing this one for my benefit right now. I'm playing it for yours.
Then let me help you. I'll start with the cons. If you're handing her your weapon, the cons are that she might use it to escape and end the entire world, and she might use it to kill you.
That doesn't sound great. What about the pros?
There are none.
The pros are that we can't trust him, possibly even more than we can't trust her. Whatever she has planned could do something to mess with what he has planned. Or maybe they're both screwing us over in their own ways.
That other chair in the wall, who is it for?
I don't know, but you could always try it on. Maybe it'll fit.
I hope I don't actually have to say this, but please don't lock yourself in chains. We need you ambulatory if you're going to save the world.
You realize that I have as much reason to distrust you as you have to distrust me, right?
I do. So I guess this all comes down to which of us caves first. And it's not going to be me. I'm extremely patient.
It's probably better if we take action anyway. No use trying to wait her out. That's playing to her strengths.
Don't worry, we won't go into the chains. I can cut you out of here, but I don't want to give you the weapon.
The last time we met, your body tried to kill me. If you take a moment to imagine yourself in my position, I think you'll understand why letting you near me with that thing is untenable. So, be a good bird and hand it over. And if being nice isn't enough motivation, well, I think you're aware that I'm not afraid to resort to violence. If you come near me with that thing, I will strangle you with these chains.
She doesn't beat around the bush, does she?
Yes, it's almost like she's a fundamentally bad person who wishes to inflict pain on others.
Is she a fundamentally bad person, or is that merely just an easy narrative to place her in the role of villain, therefore justifying our role in killing her, allowing us to be the hero? Everyone wants to be the hero in their story. Hero, villain, victim. The true realization is that that little triangle that we love to put on our narratives to explain how we view the world and how the world sees us and our role within the stories we have played is an illusion and is completely false most of the time. Would we really be the hero if we killed this woman?
Or it's another bluff.
Or would we be a villain?
No hard feelings, of course. But you should be aware of my position.
You're the one in chains. If anyone should be negotiating here, it's you, not me.
Usually you'd be right. But this isn't exactly a usual situation. I'm not someone you can wait out. We've already been over this. I'm more patient than you'll ever be.
She definitely doesn't sound like she wants to inflict violence on us, that she's merely unafraid to do it. Perhaps that is indeed true. We didn't want to do violence to her, really, did we? We were made to via the circumstances of what was going on with the narrator, but we never chose to harm her. We chose to try to avoid harm for her. Harm was still done. Unto her, and then unto us. But no one meant it. But still, even so, the fact that harm was done has led to some broken trust on both sides. Is anyone really the hero or the villain of that particular scenario? Or is that merely just an unfortunate happenstance of what went on? Whose agency can we blame this on? And how do we want to deal with this? Do we want to run away? Do we want to give her the knife? Do we want to slay the princess? Whilst you're deciding, chat, I'm just going to see if I can... Whoa, dear, oh dear. Fix my camera slightly. Very sorry about that. I could see that it was about to fall over and I just wanted to preempt it. How's that? Let's see. How is it? It's a little bit nicer. Why give her the knife when we can do it ourselves? Because if we try and do it ourselves, then she has told us that she doesn't trust us. If we come closer with the knife, even with the intent to not harm her with the knife, why does she have any reason to believe us? Oh no. Oh no. So sorry. Okay, how's that? Is the static gone now? I'm so sorry for that. Oh my god, I'm so sorry about that. I think the microphone got unplugged. But I think it's fixed now. Has it been fixed? Is it completely fixed or is it still borked? If there's any hiss, then let me know and I will just reboot the whole thing. Okay, give her the knife. Give her the knife then. Okay. I'm trusting you.
Slide it over.
No, absolutely not. I am not letting you hand your only weapon over to the world-ending princess. Until you come up with any other idea, like, say, I don't know, doing your job and slaying her, you remain rigidly in place.
You tried this last time. Do you want to know how it went for you?
Oh, I remember. She killed us, which, by your estimation, ended the world, right?
Exactly. If I were you, I wouldn't be too keen on repeating your mistake. Hell, we could even force your hand and do it ourselves. I'm not afraid of dying again. Are you?
A little. I think you got your point across. Fine. You slide the blade across the floor. The princess maintains unsettling eye contact as she reaches down to pick it up.
Thanks.
She pulls up her hair, smiling slightly, as she raises the blade to her throat.
Gore, trigger warning.
What is she doing? She doesn't say another word as she cuts into her own neck. No.
Do you want to see this? Or do you want to look away whilst she does it? Alright, we're watching this then. Yeah? Yeah? Okay.
You close your eyes.
Oh,
that
shit.
doesn't stop you from hearing every grisly beat.
Oh.
The splitting
Oh
of
dear.
skin, the wet
I
molding
fucked
of
that up.
severed veins, the grinding
Well, if
of
YouTube doesn't like it, then
against
oh well, I guess we
bone.
saved ourselves from that.
I'll be damned.
Don't worry.
She's actually doing your job for you. Why would she do that? Huh.
I fucked
That's
that.
her play.
Killing herself? We don't know that she's dead yet. We're not even watching it happen. She could just be faking those sounds. And then, finally, you
Don't
hear
worry.
a snap and an uneasy silence.
You'll still see the result.
There is a slow and fleshy tear. Hard to fake that. This is worse than watching, yet our eyes are still closed. Finally, there's the soft thud of something roughly head-sized bouncing against the floor, and the clattering of chains as they drop along with it. I think you can open your eyes now. Oh no, oh no, oh no, what did we do? Can we put it back? Please tell me we can put it back.
I don't think you can put that back.
The princess's eyes stare up at you, dead. Congratulations! You saved the world.
Huh. So I guess that's it. What a way to go. But she is gone, isn't she?
I hate this. Can we just get out of here now, please? Of course, the princess is slain and the world is saved. Whenever you're ready, you can proceed to your reward.
Now hold on, she's dead. So what's the rush? What's your angle?
I don't have an angle. I'm just looking forward to putting all this behind us. I'm sure you can understand that.
Look, I'm just not ready to put my guard down. It's best to keep sharp. She wouldn't have done all that without some kind of reason. She's left us with this dangling thread, and I need to know why.
You're just wasting your energy. The danger has passed, and now we can all relax and enjoy your reward.
What do you want to do? Yes, Zarathenius, what are the thematic implications of this route? Well, we originally approached this princess with the knife in hand, and so we originally approached her with distrust. She was generated and came to be by our distrust of her, and so when we come in, then she, like the mirror on the side of the cabin, reflects us and reflects what we have given. She reflected our distrust. She didn't think that we could ever save her, or would ever save her, and so she's elected to try to save herself. Or perhaps slay herself. Do you want to take the body? Do we want to take the head? A lot of people just saying leave. This
Fine.
route isn't over.
But if we're leaving, then we're taking the blade. I feel exposed without it. With your work done, you remove the blade from the princess's corpse and make your way back upstairs, closing the door to the basement behind you. You can think of it as sealing yourself off from an unpleasant chapter of your life. It's all uphill from here.
The windows. Do you see that? We used to be able to see the outside world from up here, but now it's just empty. The door. Check the door.
Shall we accept our reward? The princess is slain, after all.
You open the cabin door, ready to return to a world saved from certain doom. Only a world saved from certain doom isn't what you find. Instead, what you find is nothing at all.
Nothing.
Where a lush forest stood mere minutes ago, the only thing in front of you now is the vast emptiness of some place far away.
You don't have to act surprised. We could see this vast emptiness through the windows.
But if everything's gone, does that mean we're not gonna get our reward? This is your reward. An eternity of bliss, if you'll have it. And I suggest that you have it. Okay. This is what's best for everyone. Trust me.
The world ended? No, no, no. The world didn't end. Ending was ended from the world. This is a world without end. This is a world that is free from death, free from change, free from entropy itself. A moment frozen in time Forever. Because that's what eternity is. That is what a world without death, without change, becomes.
Like hell it is.
I was kind of hoping we'd get a better ending for saving the world.
This isn't an ending. In fact, now that the princess has been slain, endings are a thing of the past. No, this is the beginning of eternity. Your reward, like I just told you.
Very Mikage coded.
Time passes. You can't be sure if it's days, or months, or years, or even decades. It's all a wonderful, boring blur. You've never been happier.
You've never been happier.
Decades? No, it can't be decades. We can't go along with this. We can't let him win.
Time has no meaning anymore. What do you suggest that we do then?
We still have a blade. Let's use it on ourselves and start over. He's suggesting you kill yourself. You shouldn't kill yourself when you have an eternity of bliss right in front of you.
Didn't you hear the narrator? Apparently we're happy. We're all happy.
But we're not happy. He's just telling us that we are. I can tell you for a fact that I'm extremely unhappy right now. Yeah, what he said.
I don't really want to die again. I didn't like dying last time. I'm just gonna accept my reward now.
That's great. Congratulations. You've earned it. More happy time passes, though the word begins to lose its meaning. He's just saying things. The voice's protestations fall on deaf ears. Eventually you pass into a blissful state of pure existence. Though words like eventually and pass ceased to have any meaning to you long before that shift, you simply exist. Happy. Forever.
What a good ending.
No, you stop that. Stop all this nonsense. You really don't want to be happy, do you? You know what you have to do.
Is there really no other way? I don't particularly want to use the blade on myself.
If it makes it easier for you, I can do it. Let me have it.
Fine.
Alright. I'll make this quick. You goddamn spiteful bastard. Are you really going to turn down immortality itself just to make me lose? Why should it matter if we die at this point? Haven't you already gotten what you want? I don't have to answer that. That's all we needed to hear. Yeah, fine. The little voice raises the pristine blade to your throat and cuts it open. You rapidly bleed out and then you die. You're a genocidal maniac, you know that, right? Yeah, we'll see about that.
You are right, Zerothinus. This does have shades of Stanley Parable. A little bit Stanley Parable, a little bit...
In the see? All done.
A little bit disco.
That wasn't so bad, was
Internal
it?
narratives.
But it was so bad. I don't like dying. I don't like being cold and alone in the dark.
I don't think anybody likes dying, but hey, at least it's over. We got better. And now we can move on. Things will work out this time. I know it. Oh, don't coddle him. For all we know, we'll have to die hundreds of times to get to the bottom of things. Maybe even thousands.
Toughen up. You're both freaks. I'm normal. A normal person gets traumatized from dying. And from having to listen to someone cut her own head off. Those sounds are still echoing in my ears.
As you may have noticed, we've gained a few more internal voices. Every time we die, another one arises. Fragments, fractures of a broken self, speaking to ourselves in a simulacre of a whole.
Hold on, did you say thousands? How can it possibly take us thousands of lives to find a way out of it? Obviously, we need a large sample size.
in order to figure out our optimal plan. We need statistical significance.
I'll have you know that my reality is not a data point in your misguided attempt at an experiment. You've clearly already been here before, and judging by how deranged you all are, you've already been here more than once. I'll spare you my full introduction, but I would like to remind you that the people in my world are living, breathing, suffering entities. Not pawns for you to sacrifice in pursuit of some vague truth.
Should we talk about how we still have the blade? We've never started with the blade before.
Huh. I hadn't actually noticed.
Holding it's starting to feel natural, isn't it?
What does the blade symbolize? Is it agency? Is it power? Or is it distrust?
Holding a weapon shouldn't feel so natural. It's proof that we're being guided by an unfeeling lunatic. We need to try talking to her. Oh, should we talk about our feelings? That'll get us nowhere. Trust me. They're too easy for her to manipulate, too illogical. We can't puzzle our way out of things if we listen to our heart.
Our laughing violinist, yes, that is indeed the voice of Johnny Sims, who provides the voices of the narrators of this game.
I don't think I even need to comment on that. What a sorry, sorry voice you are.
This is strange. You're not supposed to start with the blade. It says right here that you're supposed to find it at the cabin. Oh well, I suppose that doesn't make much sense anyway. It's better if you start with a weapon, so this is probably for the best.
I see some people in chat asking me to throw away the knife. She died last time, and the way you decided to thank us was by locking us away in a happiness void forever.
So I didn't mishear you earlier. That doesn't make any sense, though. She's not supposed to be suicidal. More importantly, if she did cut her own head off, why are you here? You shouldn't have died. You should be enjoying your reward.
We weren't satisfied with your happy little prison.
Indeed. Did that really sound like bliss to you guys?
But it has happy right there in the name.
A shallow happiness, perhaps.
It wasn't actually very happy. Well, what's done is done, and you're here now. There's no use arguing. Just get to the cabin and settle this. Try not to kill yourself this time.
The knife feels like a cursed artifact. The skeptic is too attached, and it is moved into our arms. Perhaps. Of course, throw the knife away is the meaning of agency against you. Interesting perspective. Maybe the only way out is to give it the false agency that the knife gives. And if that is a metaphor for distrust, for skepticism, for that was indeed the first voice that we gained in this little story here, is the voice of a skeptic. Is the metaphor perhaps to learn to trust again?
Are you serious? The blade is your implement. You're going to need it if you want to do things right.
Do it. She can't talk to us at knife point. That's no way to get a real conversation started. You're all being ridiculous. Why would we disarm ourselves at a time like this? Don't you dare.
Toss the blade, toss the blade, toss the blade.
Are you even listening to me? Does my opinion count for nothing? We're never getting out of here if you don't listen. I'm intervening. We're not tossing the blade. You don't have to listen to him. He hasn't gotten us anywhere.
A voice of skepticism is perhaps a voice of internal distrust. The thing telling us to be cautious, the thing telling us to be wary, but what if that particular internal voice, whilst it often offers a protective factor, what if that coping mechanism no longer becomes helpful to us? I am in charge, and I say that we're tossing the blade. You had your chance last time, and we also saw how that worked out for us.
Without another word, you foolishly hurl your only chance at victory far off into the woods, never to be seen again. never to be seen again. All we did was toss it into the woods. There's nothing stopping us from picking it back up.
Oh, but there is something stopping you from picking it back up. The fact that you already made your decision. As much as I'd like to turn back the clock, we'll all just have to suffer the consequences of what you've done. That's how decisions work.
Did we do the right thing? Or did we merely place ourselves more at risk? Was the skeptic right? Would you trust her?
You stand at the edge of a cliff. An abyss yawns beneath you, empty
Thank you, Ina.
and endless. The only path forward, a rusted metal bridge. The cabin looms on its far side. I think you already know what waits for you within.
It's dreary, but of course it is. We're dreary, and so is she.
There's nothing to find out here. Time to check in with the missus.
I'm going to pretend you didn't just call her that.
Proceed.
Every surface of the cabin is draped in chains, the air filled with the mock birdsong of metallic clinks. Where there should be walls, you can see only endless ropes of metal, with hooks dangling from their ends. A fitting cage for a monster, destined to end the world. There's nothing for you to do but step forward into the basement. You already foolishly threw away your weapon, but still, your objective awaits.
Huh. That mirror's back again. Why?
What mirror? There is no mirror. The only thing of note here is the door to the basement.
It doesn't matter. What are we going to do, look at ourselves? I've had enough introspection.
But it does matter. It's obviously important. It has to be. Otherwise it wouldn't be here.
I'm not going to waste time arguing with you. Just get to the basement, okay? The door's on the other side of the room. Then, I guess there's nowhere for us to go but forward.
Shall we approach the mirror? What will it show us this time? Transference, counter-transference.
You step out onto the floor, or what should have been a floor.
Should have been.
Yes, unfortunately, you realise too late that there is no floor beneath the metal. There is only a loose web of chains suspended over some unseen space. An unseen space that you are now rapidly plummeting through.
She's bringing us back to her.
Or we just happened to fall through an unstable floor. She's a prisoner here. How much agency do you think she has?
More than you'd like, I'm sure.
Your fall is suddenly, painfully halted as rusty chains pull taut against your skin, their hooks digging into your muscle. You find yourself suspended in what appears to be a vast, dark space. The glinting of yet more chains merely hinting at its full dimensions. You dangle a few feet off the bare concrete floor. If the princess lives here, slaying her would probably be doing her a favor. As your eyes adjust to your new surroundings, you make out a figure standing in the gloom, obscured in shadow. She watches you with the stillness of the grave.
Easy now. We don't know what sort of situation we're dealing with. We should let her make the first move. Let observation give us an advantage.
So, you can come back too.
But you are met with only silence, save for the creaks and groans of metal as it sways in the stale air around you. The hooks slowly shift in your skin, the pain coming in waves as you continue to dangle helplessly.
Asher the Free, yes, the chains are indeed growing, and her restraints are her extensions of will. She has, in this point, made that which binds her into her own strength. I wonder what the metaphor could be with that.
She won't even speak to us. We did this.
princess takes a slow step forward. As she does so, the heavy chains shift, tightening and tearing at your flesh, your joints screaming in agony as the rusted hooks dig deeper. Stars dance in your eyes as the chain wrapped around your neck threatens to choke you. As your vision comes back into focus, your eyes fall on the body of the princess, finally emerged from the shadows.
The body of the princess is a weird way to describe a person.
It's only accurate. The form in front of you is a body, draped in raiments of chains, her head dragging along behind her in an iron cage. The head stares up at you but says nothing, and the chains squeeze ever tighter.
So much for talking it out. Doesn't seem like she's too interested, does it?
It's not too late. You threw away that blade for a reason. Now talk to her.
What is your problem with me? I've only ever tried to help you.
What makes you think I have a problem with you? Because I'm a head in a cage? Don't be silly. That's what I've always been. It's not like you're any different.
The body takes another step towards you, the chains around you tightening, the hooks boring deeper into your flesh. They constrict dangerously around your throat. You find it harder to breathe.
I don't think she's happy you're here. But what do I know? I'm just a set of eyes and ears. I don't make choices. At least not any that matter.
The poor thing. She thinks it's easier to be detached. But buried pain is still pain, whether she knows it or not.
This was all doomed from the start, wasn't it?
None of this is my fault. I haven't done anything to you except try to give you my weapon twice.
And when the time comes, you'll give it to me again. And then she'll do something horrible with it. I wonder what it'll be this time.
Distrust is a weapon, and you should use it with caution, lest you merely harm yourself.
Everything we witness is just another shade of the same endless cycle. I wake up in chains.
A victim always in chains.
The body steps forward. Your bindings tighten again.
You come to me, knife in hand.
But that's not right. We didn't bring the knife.
Yeah? Is that right? I bring you the knife. Where do you think it is?
It's obviously right in your... It's gone, isn't it? But that's not right.
The body marching towards you comes to a lurching stop.
Huh. She stopped. What is that supposed to mean?
She stopped, not I stopped. Indeed, as you say, Zerthanius, she doesn't consider her body or her actions to be her own anymore. After all, when you're wrapped in that much distrust, you only do what you can do. You only do what your situation allows you whilst you've wrapped yourself in chains. But who wrapped these chains? Did we do that, or did she do that to herself? Hero, villain, victim. You've been the one listening to me. You made yourself stop, and now you can decide to finally let me down. The only way that we can get out of here is if you drop your guard, just like I did.
You make it sound so easy. But it can't be that easy. Not after all that violent repetition.
It's hard to trust a cycle is broken when it merely looks like another of the same.
Oh.
But sometimes trust is the only thing that matters.
Suddenly, the chains loosen, the hooks sliding from your skin. You come crashing to the floor, and as the chains rain down around you, her body falls too. The room settles into comforting silence. No more rattling of chains, no more slow, deliberate footsteps from the princess's body, only the soft click of the latch as it opens the door of the cage.
So that's really all it took?
A show of trust, a show of gentleness. One of us has to be the one to open up first.
The truth was right there the whole time. We just needed to believe we were better than this. But that can't be it. It's supposed to be more complicated than that.
It's easy to be skeptical that something so simple could really be so powerful.
I've been telling you that since the moment we got here. At least you finally decided to listen to me.
I guess you were right. It's usually the most complicated problems that have the simplest solutions.
Doc Montague, she does have a trachea. It's right there. It's just a little bit squishy.
That is absolutely not how this works. Looks like we've seen through your lies at last, Mr. the Narrator.
Shh. Hush.
If that even is
Let
your
her
real name.
talk.
Sorry, I didn't mean to skip that one.
I want you to take me out of this place. That's all I've ever wanted.
The princess's body doesn't stand, instead holding the cage aloft, beckoning you to come near. If you take her out of there, if you carry her to freedom, it's the end of the entire world. You know that, right?
Somehow, I think that might be a good thing.
It's the end of a world. Your world. But not ours. Sometimes you need to break things to build something better.
What is a world? Merely someone's point of view.
Besides, we already made our choice, all the way back in the woods. Nothing you can do about it now.
And what is the end of a world but the death of one perspective and the blossoming of another?
I suppose not. You know, I think a part of me always knew this was doomed from the start. I'm narrating on borrowed time, aren't I? But even if I'm doomed to go, I might as well make sure you have a proper ending. Go on then.
And so we go.
You cautiously approach the kneeling body and extend your hand, bruised and bleeding from the trials that brought you to this point. And then you take her from her prison. She looks up at you, and for the first time since you laid eyes on her, she smiles, warmly.
Maybe the real revolution was compassion.
I have no idea how we're supposed to leave.
But the body points, and you follow its finger to a lone chain dangling from the doorway that sits far, far above you.
I'll pull us out of here, if you just hold on.
Then let's leave. There's nothing left for us here.
I'm game. So am I. Then get on with it. You wrap your hand in the chain, holding tight as it starts to move and holding the princess close to you. Together, you rise out of the pit.
I hope there'll be a chance to start anew.
I'm sorry if I made this harder than it had to be.
Anthe-coded. Just a touch.
You glance back towards the princess's body, doing its part as it hoists you up. It grows smaller and smaller, slowly disappearing back into the shadows of the basement.
No, that's not right. There shouldn't be an if. I'm sorry. I made this harder than it had to be.
She did. But that's not really her fault, is it?
Maybe she has a point, in a way. Our bodies don't matter.
We're almost there. Can smell the night air.
Perhaps we made it harder too.
She's sacrificed a lot to get here. More than we did, I think.
And then the chain stops its ascent, depositing you safely in the cabin doorway. I guess you never closed it behind you. Well, there's only one thing left for you to do.
Shall we?
You know, it's funny. All this talk about free will, and yet I feel like I'm locked into this outcome.
I mean, what's the alternative? Dropping me to prove a point?
Huh, I hadn't even considered that. Should it be an option? Can it be an option?
No, it's not an option. We're not cruel for the sake of being cruel.
I'm joking, by the way. Please don't drop me.
It would certainly be a new data point. Probably wouldn't work anyways. It'd make that perfectly good blade you threw out completely meaningless.
After doing all that work to free someone, just to let them go. I'm not gonna do it, don't worry.
And so you step into a world ended by your hand. What a travesty. Goodbye. It's me. Awful? Is he still there? I think he's gone.
Yes, he is. Which means we're finally free, I think.
Thank you. So much. I didn't think this was possible. But here we are. It's a little cold out here, isn't it?
And so she fades. Into the shifting. You do not get the chance to respond. Something has ripped her from you, and it's left something else in her place.
She's gone. Where did she go? Should we try and find her? And there's that mirror again. Why is it here? Why now?
I don't know where she went, and I don't even know how do we go about looking for her.
If there's even a her to find anymore. Well, right. She's gone. It's just us and that awful thing. I feel anxious. Does anyone else feel anxious?
The narrator is also gone.
He is. Does that mean the world ended? It must have. Do any of us know what the world ending is supposed to look like?
Figures the world would end and leave us with all this nothing.
I see you in chat. I see you. So no head. I think I'm supposed to look at the mirror.
There's something dreadful about it. I don't think you should. You're right. Part of me wants the truth, but something stronger is holding me back. I don't want to look at us.
And so we approach the mirror.
I'm begging you, don't do this.
The mirror never scared you before.
It's different now. It feels, I don't know, final.
You approach the mirror and gaze into your reflection, but silence as you reach forward. They are gone, but the mirror remains. It's time for you to see what's in it. It's you. That is what my dysphoria tells me I look like. You're alone in a place that is empty. It is quiet here. You're at the cabin. And you approach her.
Something finds me in the long quiet and brings me the gift of a fragile vessel.
We are no longer in the world we were once in. This is not the princess we knew. What are you?
I am solitary lights in an empty city. What are you?
Solitary lights. What do you mean?
Thoughts without connections. A dim and nascent network. I wish to be more.
The spirit of Revachol speaks. What do you think I am?
I think that you are like me. We are oceans, reduced to shallow creeks.
What is this gift of a fragile vessel?
Yes, nerves and fibers to feel the worlds beyond, perspectives to make my own. This one is a locked door to which you held the key. She will make for an open heart if you let her.
If you let her. Distrust is a weapon, but one that we often turn more on ourselves than on others.
Do not mourn her. She is no longer bound.
Is this the end of the world?
How can the world have ended if we are talking?
Do you know the narrator?
You are the only thing I have ever known. The space we're in is vacant. Nothing comes here but us.
Are you what has sent me to slay the princess? Are you what has trapped me in this cycle?
I have only just now stirred to consciousness. I could not have trapped you here, and I too yearn to be free.
Are you the princess?
She is part of me, and part of me is her.
But were you always the princess, or are you just making her now a part of yourself?
You speak in circles. Does it matter where one thing begins and another ends?
I would say it does, but only as far as causality goes. The princesses are a river, with many, many shallower pools leading into them. But no river has the same water twice, now does it? Do you know about the worlds beyond this place?
I know only that they are.
Do we know each other?
You are familiar, but you are not me. I feel sadness, longing, hope as I witness you.
What happens now?
Nothing, as we are, but I know that there are worlds beyond us, and that we are meant to reach them. There is no exit, but this vessel is a creature of perception. She can make you forget, if only you believe her to be able to. Bring me more perspectives, so that I may be whole, and perhaps then we will know our freedom.
Aren't you scared that I'll find a way to kill you?
I have not lived. I am not afraid to die.
How much will I forget?
Everything, until we meet again.
How many more pieces of you do I have to find?
More than you have found, but less than there are to find. I am infinite. The rest will find their own way home.
And what's... What if I don't let you do this to me?
Then we will be here forever, as we are now. Unfinished, dry, hollow.
I was sent to slay the princess to stop her from destroying the world. If I help you, is that what you are going to do?
You ask of things that cannot be done. To destroy is merely to reshape, to remold.
Very well. Make me forget.
She asks that I tell you to remember her. You won't.
And then everything goes dark. And you die.
You're on a
This
path
is not my first
in
time
the
playing the
woods,
game.
and at the end of that path is a cabin. And
This
in the
is
basement
merely
of
the
that
first
cabin is
perspective
a
that we have
princess.
given her. There will be more, I'm sure. Shall we?
You're here to sleep.
We know this. Well, alright. Thanks for telling me what to do.
Don't mention it. It's all part of the job. You make your way up the short path to the cabin.
Let's continue on. Until we get to a
The
familiar
interior of the cabin
first
is almost
choice.
entirely bare.
Once more, chat. We're now going to save the game. Take the blade, or leave the blade. We have choices. I think that our last round showed that the blade was an implement that represented various things, and that round it represented distrust. But what else can it represent? Thank you, Alina S. Blades suck, actually. I've always been against blades. Fair. Knowing what we know now. Leave it. We could leave it again, this is true. What if we choose to sit in the basement and not kill her? Well, there is a certain route or two that I know that I want to keep for last, but then again, you could leave it again, this time from the beginning. Continue to trust her. I know my favorite routes. I've got a few favorite routes. There's one that I'm going to save for last. But perhaps we'll take a different route this time. Thorn. I know how to get us to Thorn. But still.
You take the blade from the table. It'd
A
be rather
weapon.
difficult to slay the princess and save the world without it.
A choice of distrust and a choice of violence. A choice to wield our power. But even in the very act of holding that power so openly is a choice with a threat. Now, isn't it?
The door to the basement creaks open, revealing a staircase faintly illuminated by an unseen light in the room below. This is an oppressive place. The air feels heavy and damp, a hint of rot filtering from the ancient wood. If the princess really lives here, slaying her is probably doing her a favor. Her voice carries up the stairs.
Who's there?
She sounds dangerous. It's almost as if she's the one in charge down here.
It is possible to appear non-hostile if we don't take the blade.
Don't let it fool you.
We'll do that
It's all
next.
part of the manipulation.
Hi. I think I'm here to kill you.
Oh, are you now? Why don't you come down and let me take a look at you?
Great job. You gave away the element of surprise. Good luck, hero. You walk down the stairs and lock eyes with the princess. There's a heavy chain around her wrist, binding her to the far wall of the basement.
She's so coldly beautiful. Is she really a threat to the world?
Focus on the task at hand.
And so we
You
find
weren't
ourselves
kidding
here
when you
once
said you were
again.
here to kill me.
I haven't decided yet.
How about you drop the knife and the two of us just talk?
Look how reasonable she's being. We should just drop the blade and talk things out.
It is a reasonable thing that she's asking now, isn't it? She is indeed what is reflected in us. Those mirrors serve a thematic point.
Don't you dare. It's fine. We can decide what we want to do after we talk to her. Maybe she really is a monster. But killing someone in cold blood isn't very becoming of us.
I think this time we'll keep it.
You ignore the trembling in your hands and tighten your grip on the blade.
You poor thing. Your hands are shaking. Are you scared of me? Because you should be.
You step forward, your grip on the blade tightening as you steel your resolve.
I'm probably chained up in this basement for a reason, right? And if that knife is the only weapon you have, you'll have to get close enough to use it. So, you should just drop it. Best not to risk finding out what I can do.
She's unarmed. If you hesitate now, it'll be too late. End this.
Ah, but what if she isn't bluffing? Well, what if she kills us? Are you sure she's not armed?
I'm positive. I'm not. But we'll keep our eyes peeled. If she has a weapon, she'll have to draw it before she can use it.
Hesitating? Why don't you drop the knife and the two of us can be civilized with each other?
In the final ending, she and the version of us that ended up in that world beyond will not recall that world beyond. This, as far as everyone here is concerned, is a new iteration of the tale. I'm gonna slay the princess now.
You charge the princess, blade in hand, but unfortunately your earlier suspicions proved correct. A blade of her own slips down her sleeve and catches you in the neck. Blood sprays from the cut, your severed carotid artery painting the princess with strokes of red. You'd better finish your task quickly before you run out of time.
What can I say? I happen to just like a princess with a blade or two. But we should finish the job, right?
With the last bit of your will, you press forward, sinking the blade deep into the princess's heart.
Oh.
The two of you collapse on the floor together, rapidly bleeding out.
Somehow, I thought this would turn out a little differently. But I wonder, do you really think that this was enough to stop me?
It's like she's convinced she can't die. But you don't have time to worry over such things. Everything goes dark, and you die.
Indeed. If she had a knife the whole time, why did she need us to cut her out? Did she have a knife the whole time, or did we merely... She does reflect us, and we wondered if she was armed. Was she only armed because we believed her to be? Planescape rules. Chapter 2, The Razor. One of my favorite princesses.
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess. You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world.
Well, we know this already happened, but I already slew the princess. Sure, she also killed me, but I definitely got her. Why am I here again?
I can assure you that you didn't slay her and that she didn't kill you. People don't just spring back to life after dying, and the two of us are meeting for the very first time.
Razor might be a little bit my self-insert princess, only a smidge. She's not really, but she's very fun.
If he doesn't remember what happened, then maybe it's best to keep it that way.
Maybe a little bit self-insert. Just a smidge.
This whole thing's a crock of shit. She's just going to pull a knife out of nowhere and stab us again.
Stabbed to death? Well, you won't have to worry about that. The princess is unarmed.
Well, was she last time?
Yeah, that's exactly what you told us last time. When we asked you if you were sure she didn't have a weapon on her, you said you were positive she didn't.
Did she indeed act in self-defense? Perhaps she did.
But it turns out she did, because when we charged her, she started stabbing us to death.
Calm down. I assure you she has no weapons, so there's no reason to fear her. You were made for this job. You'll do just fine.
Let's continue.
A warning before you go any further. She will lie, she will cheat,
Feels
and
all
she
rather
will
familiar,
do everything
doesn't
in her
it?
power to stop you from slaying her.
Very familiar.
Don't believe.
You couldn't be more on the money. But we're really doing this, aren't we? I'd say you're lost, but I'm stuck here with you.
We know what to look out for this time. We know to be careful. Just stay focused and you'll be fine.
Here we go. Once more. I do like the voice of the cheated. He's such a little shit. My favorite is the voice of the stubborn.
cabin is a jagged mess of warped wood and broken boards, their splintered edges as uninviting as shattered glass. The only furniture of note is a pointed table with a pristine blade perched on its edge. The blade is your implement, You'll need it if you want to do this right.
I think we're going to take the blade this time.
You take the blade from the table. It will be difficult to slay the princess and save the world without a weapon.
I do so love this route.
Feels a bit better to have a weapon in our hands. Let's make her hurt for what she's done to us.
Make her hurt for what she's done to us? But what did she do to us, other than stab us in the neck? But we were stabbing her first. Self-defense.
The door to the basement creaks open, revealing what must once have been stairs. The fractured slats look as if they've been torn from their source and violently jammed into the wall.
Would you look at that? Everything's made of swords. Fucking Shuru Emiya, eat your fucking heart out.
The air seeping up from below has an almost metallic quality to it, like the smell of fresh blood. And you can hear what sounds like the rhythmic scraping of metal coming from down below. If the princess lives here, slaying her would probably be doing her a favor.
Oh, no it wouldn't.
That's right, scraping. I told you she has something, I told you.
That sound could be anything. It's probably
It
just her
could be
chains
anything.
dragging across the floor. I am begging you to get out of your head.
This is... yes, we are currently in the Unlimited Blade Works.
Her grating voice carries up the stairs.
I hope you've come to rescue me. I've been stuck down here forever.
There is something so wrong with that voice.
Yeah, she thinks she's better than us, like she doesn't even have to put on an act this time.
No!
As you descend the final step, the form of the princess comes into view, her sharp eyes following you from across the room. I wonder if she remembers us.
Finally, somebody! Quick, get me out of these chains. We're not safe here.
Come on now, we're not falling for that, are we? She's trying to trick us, but she can't hide that threatening edge to her voice. She just wants us to get close, to let our guard down.
Glad to help, Docky Mad.
If
She's
she sounds
so
threatening,
innocent.
It's because her mask is already slipping. She knows why you're here. You are armed, after all.
She's the most innocent princess. She's never done anything wrong in her life.
What are you waiting for? You are here to rescue me, right?
She's so innocent. Look, if I just come close to you, you're gonna just stab me, aren't you?
What? No! No! I wouldn't stab you. I am just a sweet, innocent princess trapped here for no reason. And you are a brave knight who's supposed to walk up to, not stabbing distance to help me.
Hero, villain, victim. The princess now has agency. And is kind of relishing being a villain. And honestly, who wouldn't? I don't blame her at all.
I have absolutely zero doubts that she is going to stab us if we get close to her.
She certainly feels threatening. Just because she's acting like she's going to stab you doesn't mean she has the means to actually do it.
But you know who is armed? You. So stop second guessing yourself and do your job.
I'm going to save her. She seems trustworthy.
But I'm nervous. All the more reason to jump into the deep end and deal with her right now before you waste any more time getting stuck in your head.
Stabbing is a love language. I can and I will fix her. Look, what if we're both just honest with each other? I was sent to stop you from ending the world and you slashed my throat.
That doesn't sound like me.
Last time? What are you talking about? Ugh, it's like the two of you are working together on this. Aren't you listening to her? She's obviously lying through her teeth.
I'm terrible at spotting lies, and even I can tell something's up here. We can't be the only ones that looped back to the start. Someone else has to remember, right?
Okay, yeah, she might be my favorite princess. Listen, she's just so fucking cute. This is working on me. This works on me.
Yes, something is obviously up, and we can all tell that she's lying. The thing she's lying about is how dangerous she is, not dimension hopping or time travel or whatever it is you think you're doing.
She's not dangerous. She's just misunderstood. Look, I would like to trust you, but you're being so suspicious right now.
That's so rude of you, passing judgments on strangers you've never met just because they're different from you. How would you like it if I did that, huh? Silly little bird-face thinks he's so serious coming down here but doesn't know anything. Thinks he can tell me to get rid of all the knives I don't even have while he gets to wave one around right in front of me. I bet you didn't like that, did you? I bet you didn't like being judged for no reason.
How many more times does she have to vaguely threaten you before you finally decide you're ready to deal with her? We're clearly still figuring out our angle. We don't have the luxury of watching this
God,
from a
I
distance.
love her. I fucking love her.
Oh, I'm sorry. Do you think I'm in a
Goals.
position of luxury right now?
Absolute goals. Also, super hot.
You're acting like you are. My entire world is at risk, and maybe you should behave with a little more humility. A bit of self-deprecation would go a long way. No, I have my dignity. Fine. I will continue to treat you exactly how you deserve to be treated.
Fuck you, Mr. the Narrator. Okay. Listen. Do you remember what happened last time?
Last time? If somebody came into my house and tried to kill me and I cut his neck open and then he stabbed me in the heart and we both died looking in each other's eyes, well, surely I would remember that.
That sounds so romantic.
But I don't remember it, so it must not have happened.
Clearly. I think she's telling the truth. But that's exactly what happened, so you do remember it.
Would I just lie? Would I just lie to your face and tell you a thing I remembered happening didn't happen just so I could stab you again?
I don't think she would lie at all.
I mean, just so I could stab you for the first time.
Aha! She slipped up there. She said again, and her taking it back doesn't count.
It's a sharp one, this one.
Do you hear how deranged you sound right now? Please stop dawdling. This is only going to end with violence. Postponing the inevitable is only going to make it worse for you when it actually happens.
I fucking love her. Listen, okay, can we just talk things through?
But we don't have anything to talk through. We're strangers and this place is cramped and annoying and you should just come over here and let me out.
I think I've said my piece at this point. I think we all have. But if you want to keep exhausting your questions, it beats getting stabbed to death.
Fine. Look, nobody has to die.
Of course not. At least not now, because you're here to save me. But you'll have to come close. Okay, I'm bored now.
She's bored? That's absurd. She doesn't get to be bored. Not in a way that matters. She's a prisoner. She's... Shit. In a sudden burst of movement, the princess leaps towards you, a blade erupting from her free arm, her wrist limp and empty from the violent expulsion. Huh. So I guess she did have a knife of her own after all.
If the last arc was about trust, this is about... violence.
How conciliatory of you. We appreciate it, really. Now what are we going to do? At least we're safe here. She's still in chains. And those chains stop her from continuing her advance. At least for a moment.
Mutually assured destruction.
She looks down at them with something between annoyance and confusion.
A dance of dominance.
And then she slices through her arm.
Or perhaps merely a dance of pain.
Okay, maybe we aren't safe here. She doesn't even hesitate before darting towards you with a terrifying speed you can't hope to outpace.
This arc is about how it's really hot when women can stab you. I fully agree.
Ah, shit. Okay, she's down an arm and we still have a weapon. I guess we'll have to use it. And use it you do. But unfortunately for you and for the entire world, you are horribly outmatched. You keep pace with her for a single brief and wordless exchange before she severs your hand and, with it, your only line of defense. She's even better at this than she was last time. Bloody cheater.
I'm going to kill you now.
With a squelch, she does just that. Everything goes dark, and you die.
Perhaps a metaphor for who gets to hold the power in the relationship.
Fuck that. If we're gonna have to keep doing this over and over and over again, we're not starting in that goddamn woods every time. We're starting in the fucking cabin. You're what? The interior of the cabin is sharp, a constricting mess of curved and battered sheet metal pushing you towards... Wait, excuse me? What just happened? What did you just do?
I feel dizzy.
Yandere, how dare you? How dare you? Just, how dare you say things that are entirely true?
Oh ho ho ho! I guess I took us to the cabin, didn't I? Isn't that interesting? Who holds the cards now?
The circle's getting smaller and smaller. Running isn't an option anymore. We have to fight.
What's the point of fighting if she's just going to win every time? It hurts being sliced to pieces. We're better off just sitting up here and doing nothing.
Great, so obviously you've already been here. How many times? This is our third? No wonder things have fallen apart. You do realize that every time you fail, she escapes and an entire world is damned to destruction, right? That can't be right, that's too much responsibility.
I couldn't agree more. We couldn't be trusted with the fate of a single person, let alone the fate of the world.
Let's just stay focused, shall we? The only furniture of note is a bent metal table. A pristine blade perched. We take it. Okay, sure, you take the blade before letting me finish telling you it's there. It would be difficult to slay the princess and save the world without a weapon.
This feels right. We just have to keep our senses sharp.
That's right, we've got to be able to win eventually.
And what if we never do?
So? Are you just going to stand there, or are you going to head to the basement like you're supposed to? I'd love to get started just as much as you would, but how are we supposed to get down there? You walk through the door. You do know what doors are, right?
So, once more a mirror lies in front of us, and what should we reflect on this time? We brought a blade directly down, but we were uncertain on how to use it. We had every opportunity to just run forward and kill her, but we hesitated. And we wondered, perhaps was she as dangerous as us? And in that wondering, she was as dangerous as us. And thus we end up in a dance of death. Now there are several different iterations of the dance of death in this game. But this one is a little bit less satisfying, blow for blow, punch for punch. This is a bit more quick and deadly. Nervous skittering. Who gets to hold the dominance in the relationship? And how long can you hold it for?
There isn't a door, there's just that mirror. There isn't a mirror. You really messed things up, didn't you? It's like you can't even see reality anymore.
I can feel the air coming up from behind it, stinking of iron and steel. He might be right. Could be a trick. If our other senses can't feel it, then we can't trust it.
You make your way to the door at the end of the room, stopping just in front of it. You really must think you're looking at a mirror. Well, it doesn't exist. Just reach forward and open it.
Let's just move it out of the way without looking. I don't want to see us. I'm sure we all look awful after dying twice.
Let's just fumble for the handle and be done with it. I don't care what we look like. I care about getting to the end of this mess.
Oh.
You reach forward and place your hand on the door to the basement. It creaks open. And the mirror's gone. How surprising.
It was never there. Just an illusion.
Guess it's time for us to see her again. Just stay focused and you'll be fine. You step forward, but you don't get a chance to linger on the basement stairs. They are smooth and flat and metallic, an unintentional and unfortunately slippery ramp that quickly sends you skittering to the bottom.
Your body tumbles onto the basement floor and the form of the princess comes into view, standing at a distance. She gives you a wry smile.
Hi, it looks like you don't have a way out, so I'm not going to play dumb anymore. But don't worry about how bad you did last time. That's part of the fun.
See? She's just a fun-loving girl.
Fun for her, maybe.
dying all over again.
She's done nothing wrong.
Thinking about dying makes us as good as dead. The only thing that matters is survival. Actually, does survival matter? We've died twice and nothing bad has come of it. We just need to find a way to win once. Nothing bad has come of it yet.
Yeah, sure, but also...
Plenty bad has come of it. You've left at least one entire world to ruin. The people there mattered.
Were there people there? I never met any of them.
The past isn't real. There's only here and now. Your internal bickering is cut short by the wet sound of slicing meat. From the princess's arms erupt twin blades, glistening with her blood, the empty flesh of her arms flopping at her elbows like torn sleeves. The chain clatters to the floor.
Dang, girl knows what she wants.
She's loose, and she is coming for you.
You're going to make me walk over to you, aren't you?
Shit. She's coming for us and I'm out of ideas.
Chat, there's a few options here, but I think there's only one real option, but I'm still gonna let you see them. I'm still going to let you see what our options are. Okay, so what do we think we should do? We could say, oh, we're fighting her, obviously. We're going to appeal to her authority, puff her up a bit. There's no reason that we can't talk this out. She has swords for arms, and we don't. We're just gonna panic. We're gonna fight her, we're gonna have a stiff upper lip about it. She can't hurt us if we don't let ourselves feel it. She wins by killing us, right? So let's beat her first. Or, that's easy. I'm gonna try flirting with her. Flirt, 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 flirt. It's the only correct option. I fully agree. There is only one correct option here, and based hottest girl, we have to flirt.
Now, I've tolerated quite a bit from you, but this is a bridge too far. Please don't try romancing the princess. She wants to kill you. She's going to end the world if you don't stop her. Yeah, do we have to flirt with the murderous monster?
Yes, we objectively do.
I'd rather not.
We need to.
It's not like she wants us anyway.
Yes, she does. Have you seen her face?
I'm fine with it. Let's see where this goes.
Good man. Should we, give her the look? The other options are, of course, I know you want to kill me, but has anyone ever told you how gorgeous you are? Or, I just feel like I really get you, like I like you, romantically even. Maybe we can hash this out over a date. How about you buy me dinner before impaling me to death? I think there's only one correct option here. There's still only one correct choice. Give her the look.
The look. The look. We've all used it. Yeah, do you not know about the look?
Even I know about the look.
You flash the princess the look. And a rosy blush rushes to the princess's cheeks as she breaks into a wide grin. Unbelievable.
Oh, is that how it is? Yeah, okay, I feel that. I like you too. Neat.
She's so adorable.
Oh, be damned. This is actually going to work, isn't it?
Still going to kill you. But now we could both enjoy a mutual romantic subtext to the murder.
Perfect woman.
Or not.
At least she likes us.
Absolutely perfect
I've
woman.
never been liked.
Disco Elysium, the expression. Yes.
Blush still glowing in her cheeks. The princess closes the distance between you, blades flashing. She skewers you.
She's so adorable.
Ow. What worthwhile romance doesn't hurt at least a little bit? What matters is that she likes us. She's even said as much.
Smitten, you are so right.
Oh, a new one of us. I thought that only happens when we die. Did we die? You're on a... No, you're in a... Where the hell are you?
I think we're dead. And that's all we'll ever be. Dead, dead,
Knife,
dead,
wife,
dead,
knife, wife,
dead.
knife, wife, knife, wife.
Stop saying dead, all of you. We might have died a second ago, but right now we're extremely not dead. This is all horribly wrong. How many times have you been here?
Goals, honestly. Like, I wish I could make my arms into swords.
This is 4. No wonder everything's such a mess. This wasn't supposed to go past 1.
I wonder what you're going to do next. You're so full of ideas, and I love that.
But I guess we don't have time to talk about things before the princess advances. Okay, whatever we do gets us another us. Let's see how many we can stack. There's got to be a point where it makes us better than her.
As long as we keep moving.
We'll win her heart eventually.
Yes, we will.
Oh, great. So it's going to get even more crowded. Even more deluded voices that think we might stand any kind of chance.
Oh, shush, Broken.
Come on! Show me something new!
See? She's perfect. Okay. We're fighting her, obviously. It doesn't work, and she kills you again, and again, and again, and again. Your memory blurs as your consciousness leaps from life to life to life, holding only snippets of the conflict that transpires.
We just have to hit her harder.
She skewers you.
You'll have to be trickier than that.
Well, there's more of us. Let's see if that helps.
Then you skewer yourself.
I thought we both understood that dying doesn't get you anywhere.
Huh, that didn't do much of anything. We're tougher than I thought. Just panic. Flee.
She skewers you.
No, you don't get to escape. That's not how this works.
It doesn't matter how many times this takes, we can't give up.
Okay, let's go again. She's going to kill this body either way. So stop feeling what
Yeah, I
it
trust her
feels.
too.
She skewers you.
I think that she is best girl.
Ooh, not bad. Real tough.
She's just someone that appreciates a bit of competition, a bit of nice fucking,
See?
you know.
We're getting better.
She likes the dance of it.
Okay, yeah. That was a good one. Let's appeal to her better nature. We haven't tried that. I'm sure she'll listen to reason.
She skewers you.
We're getting close to something, can't you feel it? One last time.
You're right.
One last time, that's all we need. None of this is working. Think.
She skewers you. And then everything goes dark, and you die.
Mutually assured destruction. This, perhaps,
Your Honor, don't lose your head. We're in a cabin and we'll take it.
is a beautifully tumultuous relationship. Clearly, neither of us are doing exactly the most stably, but, you know, it feels really fun.
Everything feels like it finally fits, doesn't it? We're up here, which is different, and different is good. And our steel claw is already in our hand.
Oh, what if? Throw it out the window.
Over my dead body. That won't be very hard. We've died a lot. But I can't say I mind anymore.
Besides, what better way to die so very many times than at the sharp hands of a beautiful woman?
Chat be the voice of the smitten right now.
Sure, I can think of a better way to die. They're all the same, really.
How about we stop thinking about horrible ways to die? I don't want us to accidentally manifest anything. The only thing we're gonna manifest is finally ending up on top.
Yeah? Yeah, voice of opportunist? Yeah? Is that how you want your sex life to be?
There are entirely too many of you. How many times have you been here? This isn't good. This is... How about you stick to describing things, and we'll stick to doing them?
Yeah, leave it to the pros. We'll notch up that win in no time.
Narrator, we heroically stride through the door and towards our destined final encounter with our star-crossed lover.
Yeah, chat be voice of the smitten right now, and to be honest, I do not blame you.
Fine by me. You walk to the door and onto the basement stairs, only...
It's more of a slide. We know. Fine, I'll just shut up then and speed this whole thing along. Are you sure you don't want me to describe the stairs? Or this room, or anything? It feels like I'm hardly a part of this. Don't care, just want to win. Fine, you make your way to the basement, where the princess awaits you.
Gore trigger
You
warning.
know, this last time I killed you, and you didn't pop right back up again? I thought I'd actually done it. I thought I'd cut you into so many pieces you just weren't able to stitch yourself back together. But I guess we're not done. That's okay with me. It's good even. I like that. I got something ready for you while you were gone. Do you want to see it? I'm not going to wait for an answer. I'm just going to show you. It's worth it, though. Just you wait. And not for very long, because I'm going to do it right now.
Are you going to say what she does? Do you want me to talk now? Well, yeah, she says she has something new. I want to hear about the new thing. Yeah, me too. I think I speak for all of us when I say that I would like to hear you describe her new thing. Really? Okay then.
Here we go. Now.
The princess's skin twists, splitting into red blooms of raw meat as it stretches and tears. And then it erupts.
Transition be like.
She becomes a wave of blood and viscera, pieces of her splattering against the walls. All that remains in the center of the room is a skeleton of blades. A heart beats furiously in its cage of a chest.
Are you ready for what comes next?
Holy shit!
She's gorgeous. Absolutely divine.
This is you, chat. This is you.
Yes, behold the perfect woman.
He's so right.
Do you think we can throw her out the window?
I fucking love the stubborn.
That looked painful.
Stubborn X-Razor OTP.
How is she still alive? Heart's still beating, that's all she needs. This is fake. This is all fake. That's all just made up. She doesn't even have a back anymore. How are we supposed to stab her in it?
This is all just a sick joke. I hate existing.
We're screwed. I quit. I'm done. Forget it. What just happened?
And empty our mind.
So quiet.
And he can go as well.
Something feels different about you. It almost makes me feel different. Like I should actually take this seriously for once.
There was no serious part to this relationship. Which is why it kind of ends. You don't act, and yet through that inaction, your body moves on its own. The princess strikes as you approach, but as her blow finishes its arc, you're already somewhere else.
You're incredible.
Your weapons clash again and again. You and her are entering a rhythm free of thought and free of self. There is only the dance, the ebb and flow, the shifting of tides back and forth between you. The deeper you fall into your play, the faster your hearts pound and the faster the momentum volleys between you. An endlessly building crescendo, and then an opening. Your blade strikes free of volition, and hers strikes too. Both strikes are lethal. Neither of you will survive, but neither of you fear what is to come. This is a good ending. A beautiful dance. Done unto the end. You do not get to see each other die, nor will you ever. It is time for you to leave. Memory returns. You gaze into your reflection. Silence as you reach towards the glass. It is time for you to see what is in it. You've grown. You find yourself in the long quiet once again. You're at the cabin.
Flickering lights and empty cityscapes become pockets of vitality and movement. I am more than I was before. Whenever you are ready, I will wipe your slate clean once again.
Are you the same being as you were before? How much have you changed?
Is a child the same as an infant? I am an unbroken pattern, but every vessel gives fresh perspectives and carves new avenues of expression. I am different, but I am the same.
A river never has the same water twice. And a river never stays exactly the same for long. Its sandbanks ebb and flow, its shape and pattern changes. Is it truly the same river? What does it feel to change like this?
Eyes close in reflection. Perspectives meld together, and the breadth of my experience stretches to new corners. There are contradictions, conflicts in my nature, and there are familiarities that bind everything together. It feels correct. This is what I need to be. This is the only path forward.
You know, when all this is done, do you know what you want to do?
With every gift you bring me, I excavate the alleys of what I am meant to be, and every exploration yields new and complicated truths. What I will be is different than what I am, and what I am is different from what I was. I cannot tell you what desires I will hold when I have changed, but in this moment, all I want is to know myself and to know you.
When I go back, it's as if an invisible wall closes around me. Why can I not do the same things I've done before?
Those paths lead to worlds you've already seen, and to perspectives I have already made my own. They are useless to us now, inaccessible. The only paths of value are those that are yet untread.
You've been kinder to me than anyone I have ever met. Thank you.
Why wouldn't I be kind to you? You are the only thing I know that isn't me.
What do you want to bring you to... What would you like me to bring you next time?
Gifts aren't what someone tells you to bring them. My joy isn't seeing what you choose. There are no wrong answers, and every perspective illuminates my shadows and shares new secrets.
We'll keep trusting her. We'll keep showing compassion. Do you have any thoughts on this vessel?
This one is a single-minded edge. She is cruelty, but she is also joy. She will make for a piercing heart. Do not mourn her. She is exactly where she needs to be.
I don't want to hurt you, but the more times I go back, the worse I fear things will be.
The vessels are shaped by memories of you, but their impulses are drawn to the edge of the long quiet. To them, you are a gate to something more, and any hurt you've caused them is understood as a fair price for freedom. But they are only thoughts and perspectives. They are not me.
Are these not all relationships, be it romantic or not? They help us grow, they help us become who and what we are now, and many of them will be painful.
The wounds they've suffered carve texture around my heart. Without them, I would be as I was before. I would be alone and without sensation. I could not feel the joy of having you by my side, for I would not know your absence.
So you don't have any preferences on how you'd like to change or grow?
My preference is for you to show me what you would like me to see. I cannot know the ways I wish to grow, for I have yet to feel them. It is you who guides me down the thin trail of perspective and memory.
All relationships do splinter us in some way. But how we reforge ourselves is also the important thing. We can't grow without at least a bit of pain. How many more vessels do I need to bring you?
If I am to be an ocean, you have nurtured me into a pond. My waters are shallow and murky, and I yearn for more perspective. You will have your rest in due time, and I am sorry for the burdens I place on you.
I'm ready to go back.
I will long for your return, but it will give me time to reflect on what I am. We will meet again.
Everything goes dark. And you die.
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess.
Let's keep going. Back to the cabin we go.
You make your way.
You know how this goes.
The interior of the cabin is almost in...
Do we take the knife or do we leave the knife? If we take it, who will we find? If we leave it, who will we find? How do we approach someone? Do we always want to approach them with open arms and blind trust, or is that merely also a pathway to getting hurt? Thorn. Very well. Then we leave the knife.
The door to the basement creaks open.
I'm gonna just save the game as well.
Her voice softly carries up the stairs.
Hello? Is someone there?
It's hypnotizing. It's the kind of voice you only have to hear once to remember it for the rest of your life.
Don't let it fool you. It's all part of the manipulation. You're playing a dangerous game by coming here unarmed.
Difference. I'm here to save you.
How many times do I have to tell you how dangerous letting her out of here would be before it finally sinks in?
Wait, really? You're here to rescue me? I was starting to think I'd be stuck down here forever. Come downstairs. I want to see the face of my rescuer.
You walk down the stairs and lock eyes with the princess. There's a heavy chain around her wrist, binding her to the far wall of the basement.
She's beautiful. How could someone like this be a threat to anyone?
I am begging you to stay focused. There's a lot riding on you here.
Hi. I can't believe you're here. I've been waiting for something like this to happen forever. I hope you brought something to deal with these chains.
Don't do it. If she gets out of those chains, we're all one step closer to the end.
Hold on, let's talk a bit first.
Okay.
You may notice that she looks different this time. What's your name?
Oh.
She pauses, carefully formulating her words before she responds.
You can address me as Your Royal Highness. Or you can just call me Princess if Your Royal Highness is too formal.
Is Princess her name or her title? What if it's both? Could you imagine being named Princess?
So Princess is your name?
Like I said, you can call me Princess if you'd like. I'm sorry, I've been down here so long, I guess I've just forgotten. I must have a name, though. Everyone has a name.
Okay, that's weird. She hadn't even thought to pick a name for herself. Hopefully you're starting to see that she can't be trusted. Go back upstairs, get the blade, and slay her before it's too late.
I don't know anything about you. If I'm the first person that you've seen, what have you been eating or drinking?
I don't see what that has to do with anything.
Extracting
the only
information
time
while she's
this is
chained
ever
to a
going to
wall is a
happen.
bit fucked.
But I agree with the princess.
Okay, but actually, what has she been eating? She has to eat, right?
What are you gonna do if I let you out of here?
The princess hesitates before responding. She doesn't know. She's been down here too long to have any idea of what she'd do in another life. She knows what she'd do. She's just searching for whatever answer she thinks you want to hear.
Are you looking for the truth, or are you looking for the right answer? Because with the dynamic we have going on here, I don't think the specifics of what I do really matter. It's not like you'd believe me.
I don't know anything about you. For all I know, you're locked up down here for a reason.
Of course I'm locked up down here for a reason. I don't actually know what that reason is, but you don't just stuff a princess in a basement and throw away the key without there being some sort of an explanation, right?
You have all the explanation you need. You should know better than to trust whatever she comes up with.
We know that not everything here that she says can be true, but does it matter? Well, shall we let her out? Or shall we not? I think Robin had an idea of where we should go, and I might go with that one. Unless anyone else has any specific suggestions, but... Free our wife? Free our wife, then. I can't believe they've been keeping you up down here by... Ugh, sorry, I'll retry that. I can't believe they've been keeping you down here like this. I'm getting you out of here.
You're only making this more difficult.
Thank you. Thank you.
You're making a huge mistake. No, you're doing the right thing. You walk up to the chains binding the princess to the wall and give them a tug. They're large and heavy, far too solid for you to even imagine trying to break them apart.
I'm guessing you don't have the key?
Maybe it's somewhere upstairs. Doubtful. Whoever locked the princess away down here intended for her to never see the light of day. They wouldn't have just left the key to her chains somewhere in the cabinet.
And if there isn't any key, do you have any other ideas?
Maybe there's some way to break the chains? Or if that doesn't work, I guess we can always cut me out of them.
She offers the suggestion with almost complete nonchalance. If we were stuck down here long enough, I'm sure we'd be nonchalant about cutting our way out if it meant we could finally be free. You attempt to make your way out of the basement, but the door at the top of the stairs slams shut. You hear the click of a lock sliding into place. Is someone else here? You make your way to the bottom of the stairs. This would have been so much easier if you'd just taken the blade like you were supposed to. Easier for whom? Easier for everyone. Look at the mess you're in.
I heard the door slam. They locked you down here too, didn't they?
And now we are a
There's a
victim
slight
too.
panic rising in the princess's voice.
Do you want to be
If I could
there?
just get out of these chains, I know we could force our way out of here together.
She barely hesitates before raising her arm to her mouth, her teeth tearing through her limb with the determination of a trapped wolf. As she rips her flesh from her bone, a sound comes from behind you, the clang of bouncing metal. It's the blade from upstairs. You're not sure how it made its way down here, but if there's a time to strike, it's now.
And so we go.
Or we could use it to free her.
Or we could use it to free her.
You won't like what happens if you do that.
But free her we shall.
Fine. Against your better judgment, you place the blade against the ragged, self-inflicted wound on the princess's arm, just above the unyielding chain binding her to this place. You cut into her flesh. The blade is sharp, and it takes little effort to crack through the bone of her arm.
That has been an incredibly sharp blade.
Her limb falls to the ground, and the heavy chains follow suit. She didn't so much as utter a sound through the whole ordeal. No, she didn't. She smiles
We know
softly
she
as her
isn't human.
gaze meets yours, blood from her wounded arm dripping rhythmically to the ground. How is she still smiling after everything? It's like she isn't even bothered by what just happened.
Thank you. Now let's get out of here.
So, we approach the locked door.
No, we won't have any of that. The stakes are too high. You can't just let her escape into the world. No, I can't just let her escape into the world. As the princess approaches the bottom stair, your body steps forward and raises the blade. Wait, this isn't fair. You can't just do that. Watch me.
What are you doing?
Okay, there's no going back now. I'm with you to the end. You bring the blade down to strike at the princess's heart. But she's fast. She ducks to the floor, your blade narrowly grazing her backside. Slaying her won't be easy now that she's free.
We could have gotten out of here together. Were you just lying to me this whole time? I don't know what's come over you, but if I have to kill you, then I'll kill you. Do you think I need both of my arms to do that?
And with one act of betrayal, we seal our future.
She pounces on you with the same animal ferocity she used to tear through her arm. But you have a weapon. You raise the blade, digging it under her ribs, aiming directly for the heart. It's not enough to stop her. You feel her claws in your throat, then her teeth, somehow sharp enough to pull apart your flesh and sinew with ease. You collapse to the floor, your body unresponsive as your blood pools on the ground beneath you. She stares down at your ravaged form, eyes shining in the darkness, dress stained in red as her blood and yours both seep into the fabric. If we're lucky, the wound you managed to inflict will be enough to at least delay her escape from this place. If we're very lucky, it will kill her before she can reach the outside world. It can't just end like this, right? As much as I'd prefer for things to have gone differently, I can't deny the reality of what's happened. I'm sorry, but it's over. Everything goes dark, and you die.
This is no longer a relationship of equals. Not that it ever really was it? Because one of us
You're
always
on
had
a
a
path
knife.
in the woods. You're here to slay her.
We know how this goes.
A warning before you go any further. She will lie, she will cheat, and she will do everything in her power to stop you from slaying her. Don't believe a word she says. Don't worry. You can trust us to get the job done.
We did take a rather opportunistic stab in her back, didn't we? And so that is the voice we end up with. An opportunist.
The interior of the cabin is a mess of twisted roots. The walls a chaotic weave of knotted wood that, almost as if by accident, just happened to resemble a room. The floor is damp and earthy, and the only furniture of note is a slab of mud in the shape of a shelf, with a pristine blade perched on its edge. The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right.
In for a penny, in for a pound, eh? A blade that assisted us once. Now we take it back. We didn't take it the first time wanting to appear sincere, but was that all it was? Just the appearance of sincerity before we so rudely stabbed her in the back? She now has no reason to trust us, and this is no longer a relationship of equals. And when you are fighting against a foe much greater, stronger, scarier, bigger, faster, more brutal than you will take every advantage you can get.
You take the blade from the shelf. It would be difficult to slay the princess and save the world without a weapon.
And so we have to respond in kind, don't we? A mutual arms race.
Well, if we're grabbing a weapon, we should probably keep it hidden behind our backs. She doesn't have to know we have it. That's not actually a bad idea.
And so we go. The mirror once more is present.
The
What does
door
it
to the basement
reflect this
creaks
time?
open, revealing a staircase dug into the muddy earth below.
Betrayal.
The ceiling is thick with roots that hang like locks of tangled hair. The weak starlight from the cabin windows behind you can barely penetrate the gloom here, only illuminating the edges of an opening below. It shines in the darkness like some kind of massive maw waiting to swallow you up into the earth. The air smells of dirt and copper. It's thick and wet, as if your lungs are being coated in mud with each intake of breath. If the princess lives here, slaying her would probably be doing her a favor.
Oh, would it?
Her voice skitters up from below.
Something nasty finds itself on my stairs. Come on down. Don't be scared. I probably won't bite.
One who has betrayed in the heart and will betray in turn. I'm not nasty.
But you are. You're a wretched little thing.
Thank you, Matharius, for your input.
I recognize that voice as easily as I recognized your nervous little footsteps coming up the path. I know who you are, and I remember what you've done.
She must have you confused with someone else. She seems friendly enough. Maybe we can talk our way out of this whole situation. You can't. Unless you slay her right away, she's going to break free and end the world. There's no reasoning with what she is.
Oh, sorry, was it you, Echo Bazaar, that said that? I do apologize.
Look, I'm just throwing ideas out there. I like to think out loud. I'm the kind of guy who likes a discussion. Don't we want to hear what everyone has to say before making any big decisions? Do you
we?
want to hear what everyone has to say? Or do you just want to hear yourself talk?
I think it might be the latter.
You need to stop lingering. Your task is to slay the princess, not endlessly debate about what to do with the princess. Fine, fine. You're the boss. Thank you. You descend the basement steps, entering the dark room below. You can just make out the shape of the princess in the gloom. She's huddled against the far wall, her eyes bright and glaring from amid the thick roots.
And there you are. One hand tucked away behind your back, gripping that sharp, sharp blade, no doubt.
Never.
That's no fair. How would she know that?
So, we've dropped the pretenses. Good.
She's acting like the two of you already know each other. Oh, no. You've already been here, haven't you? That's pretty sharp. How'd you figure that one out? Call it deductive reasoning. Well, you seem to be great at it. Do you remember us then? Do you remember last time? No, I don't. But you and the princess clearly have a shared reality, even if I'm not a part of it.
No, I
I
definitely
won't
don't.
waste time fighting you on something that's clearly true. I'm just glad we could put all this behind us. Is it all behind us? Just focus on the task at hand. I don't care if you've been here before, and I don't care if you think you'll go somewhere else after this. My world is on the line right now, so I'd appreciate it if you would take this seriously and slay her. Let's chat her up a bit first. Maybe we can find a middle ground where everyone's happy. Don't talk to her. You're just going to make things more difficult than they have to be.
Catgirl wife, indeed, but she ain't domesticated.
Well, I seem to remember you having a tongue.
Look, I made a mistake. We all make mistakes, right? I'm sure you've made mistakes.
Ooh, smart. Let's apologize. Get us back on the right foot.
The only mistake I ever made was thinking you would help me. and I'm not going to make the same mistake twice.
Well, that leaves us at a stalemate.
But unfortunately, I need you if I'm ever going to leave this place.
I get the sense that you're not happy with me.
Is that a joke? Do you think a joke will charm my trust back? You'll have to try harder than that.
Once trust is broken, it's very hard to restore it. Once you've been betrayed, once you've been taught betrayal, and especially if that is the only thing you have ever been taught, well, that's just how the world works for you then, isn't it? Why do I have a nagging feeling that you're gonna stab me in the back if I help you out of here?
And why would I do such a thing? Is someone's guilty conscience getting to them? But I wouldn't worry. As much as I may hate you, letting you live is in my best interests. If you get me out of here, the only thing that will be dead and buried is the bad blood between us.
Now that is a question.
Oh,
Well,
that
actually,
nagging feeling you mentioned is me, by the way. I'm actually a little anxious about a potential backstabbing event.
as you probably should be.
She needs us to get out of here. We'll be fine if that's what we decide to do. You won't be fine because destruction is in her nature. If she gets out of here, that's it for the world, remember?
Now remember that we and our perceptions of her will shape what she perceives in us. We gave her betrayal. She will likely give us betrayal, but can she be blamed for that?
Even if that's true, that doesn't automatically mean she's going to stab us in the back. I think that depends on your definition of words like stab and in the back. She might not literally do that, but she could very well symbolically do the same thing. See? He gets it. There's nothing wrong with looking out for number one.
It's a rather lonely existence if that's all you ever do then. I died last time. You didn't. If anyone here shouldn't be trusted, it's you.
You were the one who tried to kill me when my back was turned. You were the one who started all of this. Only a poor loser twists their own failures around on the winner.
Can't you get out of those on your own? Those chains didn't actually stop you last time.
Oh, of course. They're nothing to me.
The princess grins as the chains fall from her wrist.
I love her. What a little shit.
She could have gotten out of those the whole time. That sneaky little... A woman after my own heart, really. She knows how to hold her cards close to her chest.
Well,
This is why she can't just be abandoned here. If left to her own devices, she'll find a way out. Now stop her.
we don't have many options. Do you want to kill her? Lock her away? Leave with her? Or perhaps something to restore the trust? I don't want to hurt you, but clearly there's been some broken trust. Take this. Gesture of goodwill.
You can't be serious. Now, hold on. We should put this to a vote. The blade is one of our most valuable assets. We can't just give it to her. What if she uses it to kill us? I vote no.
Can you trust someone who has been betrayed very thoroughly?
As do I.
Can you trust someone who you betrayed?
I, abstain?
Will you trust someone who you betrayed?
You abstain. She's going to kill us if we give it to her.
Distrust begets distrust. There is only one way to break the cycle. And yet, that requires vulnerability, and that kind of vulnerability can get you hurt.
You're going to get everyone killed. You know that, right? But of course you do. You toss the blade at the princess's feet. She eyes it with suspicion before kneeling down to pick it up.
I wouldn't have done that. Why did you?
She creeps forward, taking one cautious step at a time until you and she are face to face.
A backstab for a backstab. The person that's done the damage has to earn the trust back. Perhaps. Perhaps.
What do you think happens now?
What do you think's going to happen now? You're beautiful. I want to actually save you, and this feels like the only way to do it. If you're like someone I know, you're probably gonna kill me. That's up to you. That's why I gave you the blade. I chose last time and I regret it, so now it's your time to choose. We're both scared and we're both hurting. If one of us doesn't make a change, we will probably just kill each other forever. Do you want that? I don't. We can be better than this.
Her shoulders tense and her eyes dart away.
This is another trick. You're trying to sow doubt, but it's not going to work on me.
And then she buries the blade in your heart.
What? No. No, come on, that's not right.
We tried to be good.
I told you. This is what she was going to do. Glee dances across her face as you fall to the ground.
I did it. I got you. You...
The princess seems to tremble, her smile fading quickly, replaced with concern. Her nervous eyes brim with tears.
Did this actually break any cycle at all? Playing hero doesn't always actually break a cycle.
Why? Why did you let me do this?
Sometimes it merely perpetuates it.
But you don't have the strength to respond, nor do you have the time. Everything goes dark, and you die.
The Thorn.
You're on a path in the woods. I can't believe she actually stabbed us. I told you not to give her the blade. I told you it would come around to bite us. I voted against it. Yeah, we know. You already got your I told you so's in while we were bleeding out. I just wanted to make sure that everyone here knows that I was and am on the right side of that argument.
Oh, you're far from being on the right side of anything. You're fixated on the past, whereas what you should be is fixated on the future.
Ho ho, a visionary. I like it. Tell me more.
Gladly, my dear fellow. By cruelly turning on the princess in her moment of vulnerability, we made ourselves an enemy. But by mastering our fear and insecurity and handing over our power, we've begun a journey to something so much deeper.
Do you think the voice of the Smitten's perspective is an actually valid one? Do you think he sees truth? Maybe he sees a part of the truth. But that certainly comes back to that little triangle. Hero, villain, victim. It's great to see oneself as the hero for magnanimously, brilliantly putting yourself in vulnerability and in harm's way, all in order to right past wrongs. Doesn't always actually help. Sometimes all you're doing is just perpetuating the cycle by standing in the spot of the hero, thinking that you're going to do well. Sometimes the better thing is to simply make your apologies and to walk away.
I like journeys. Traveling is a bit of a passion of mine. It makes me so relatable. Now, where are we off to?
Not to abandon them to their fate, but merely to understand that the cycle can only be broken when you understand yourself in it. You're not a hero, you're not a villain, you're not really a victim, you're all of these things and none. You're just a person doing what they can with the little bit of agency they have.
Well, if we're lucky, it's a journey to love.
She hates us.
Does she? She hesitated before stabbing us to death.
maybe she won't be as keen to betray us this time. We've already proven to her that we can change, so maybe she'll realise that things don't have to end in violence. You know, maybe you're right, in which case I suppose the only thing to do is to get back to the cabin and give it another try. Give what another try exactly? You are aware I've been listening to you, right? It makes no difference if we conspire in the shadows or bear our intentions with open hearts. We are breaking your cruel cycle and whisking her away to freedom.
Are we actually? Do we really break a cruel cycle by posing ourselves as the hero within it?
Oh, are you now? Great, so you've obviously been here before, since you apparently died at least once. Twice, actually. Sure. Twice.
This place is different. It keeps changing.
Wonderful. If the woods themselves are changing, then that's all the more reason for you to take this seriously. It would mean your grip on things is slipping, which in turn likely means her influence is spreading. Someone's in the know. I've already said too much. The more information you have, the more difficult your task will be. Don't listen to her, definitely don't free her, and if you can, don't even think about her. You don't have to worry about me. My head's always empty. Except the thoughts of her.
Okay, Smitten. Good boy. Fucking Labrador. We're going to free her.
Please don't. You can't stop all of us, you villain. Let's just see how the wind blows. I'm not opposed to saving her, but let's not rule anything out just yet. Let's see what she has to say.
Thank you so much, Burning Earth Productions. I'm glad that video meant a lot to you. It was an undertaking. I could have made a better version of it, but it was very much my raw emotions poured into a very broken video, but a broken video I think suits a broken game, no?
Stop sitting on the fence and pick a side already. We don't need you waffling when things get hairy. I've already picked a side. Our side. I'm here to make sure that whatever happens, we wind up on top.
Echo Bazaar, you are very much on the money there. It's almost like different fractured perspectives of a whole can sometimes reveal useful things and sometimes be incomplete.
Because that's worked out great so far. Well, we're not out of the game yet, are we? And again, I'll have you know, I wouldn't have gotten us killed last time. I wanted to stab her in the back, not hand over our precious backstabbing implement.
No matter what happens next, it seems like all our answers are going to lie in the cabin. Let's just see this through.
It isn't long before you find yourself at the base of the cabin. I think it's clear where everyone stands at this point. I don't know if I'd say everyone. You talking about me? I have a position. It's a good one too. Ignore him, he's just talking for talking's sake. My position is the only one that matters. The princess is a threat to you. She's a threat to me, and most importantly, she's a threat to the world. You know what you have to do.
Proceed to the cabin, I guess. Is she really that much of a threat, or were we a threat to her this whole time?
The interior of the cabin is hardly an interior at all anymore. The burned out ruins merely suggest the shape of the structure that once stood here, charred wood still reeking of ash. But beneath it lies the fresh smell of spring growth after rain, the promise of new life in the wreckage of the old.
And is that not really the only thing we can do once we've reached the wreckage of a relationship?
The only furniture of note is the crisp shell of what was once a table, a pristine... Wait, this isn't right. There's supposed to be a pristine blade. Why isn't there a pristine blade?
Our agency. We already did enough in this situation, but we gave our agency to someone else, who betrayed us as surely as we betrayed them.
We gave it to her last time. She can't still have it, can she?
If the razor is a dance of beauty, of dominance, of joy and casual hurt and a little bit of sadomasochism. The witch and the thorn are a dance of betrayals, but betrayals that go a lot deeper to the heart. Mutually assured destruction doesn't always come in knives.
Well, it's not here. And if she has it, let me guess, you want to get all chummy with her. Look, as far as I see it, if it's between him and her, I say we side with the one who has the weapon. It's just the smart thing to do. I wouldn't be so hasty. I'm sure the blade will turn up somewhere. She can't have it. That's not how this is supposed to work. If she does have it, that's all the more reason to put our faith in her. We've already shown her our heart. Now she has to show us hers. Unless her heart tells her to stab us, which doesn't seem unlikely, so yes, I agree. Let's make sure we get on her good side. You step forward and approach the scorched entryway leading to the basement, hesitating before you begin the descent. You know what you have to do. Wipe away the grit from the mirror and behold our handsome features.
And so we approach the mirror once again. What do we see in it this time? Betrayal? Hurt? Mutual pain? Is there anything good that can be salvaged from this? Or should we just merely walk away?
You reach forward and wave your hand through the hollow entrance leading to the basement. What are you doing? Alas, our fine features remain unseen. We'll just have to trust that she'll find us beautiful as we are.
Ridley, I would love to make a video of this game. I'm partly doing this little playthrough now because I really love this game, and I would like to do a more complete video on it. But my backlog is very big, and I have just got a promotion at my day job of, you know, the whole doctor thing, which has consumed some more of my time than I'd like. I have a lot of thoughts about this, about the nature of what it says, about the mutually assured destruction that is often involved in love, the pain and the beauty that that brings, and I think it has a lot of valuable stuff to say. And I would like to make that video. It might just be a very long time until I get around to it properly. In the meantime, this playthrough, I feel, will at least touch on all those themes that I want to address.
Well, seems like the only way to go is forward, isn't it? Yes, that's where everything tends to be. Let's just put on a good face and have our wits about us. You step through the frame of scorched wood and make your way into the darkness below. The stairs to the basement are covered in a fine layer of gritty ash. The air still feels warm, as if the fires that ruined this place had only recently been extinguished. Yet fresh shoots of thorny branches are already weaving themselves through the soot-covered earth of the walls around you. Their spines point courteously down towards the basement, so you're able to brush past their jagged points with ease, at least on the way down. But you don't need to think about the way back up just yet. That's a matter for after the world's been saved. These thorns are an expression of her pain. I know it. She's calling out for help. Her voice, worn down by pain and suspicion, hobbles up the stairs.
I can't get away from you, can I? You betray me, I kill you, and you come back. You let me kill you, and you come back. I don't know why you let me do that. I don't know what you want from me.
This is the point of a toxic relationship in which everyone has become tired. And I want to figure out a way out of here for good.
I think you know how this goes. I'm down here and I can't leave. So, come down and talk. It's not like I can stop you.
We took her agency away. We tried to give it back. And when we gave it back, she did something that hurt us, just as we hurt her. Can we blame her for that? Yes, we probably can. Should we? No, I don't think we should. Should we ascribe her a responsibility? Yes. Same as we should describe it to ourselves.
You continue down the basement stairs, brushing past the smooth edges of thorns that grow more and more plentiful as you make your way forward. You step out into what was once a vast open cavern, now overrun by briars and prickles and thistles, the space thick with hostile vegetation. At the heart of it all, encased in a tight weave of vines, is the princess, her bloody, trembling hands clutching a pristine blade.
Did you know this was going to happen to me? Are you here to watch me suffer? Are you here to laugh?
This is a cycle that does need to end, and leaving is probably one of the better things to do. But do you want to leave without compassion? Do you want to leave with venom? Or do you want to do everything you can to help before you go? You're in a prison of your own making. I broke our cycle of violence. If you still want to wallow in it, be my guest. I don't have anything left to say to you. And fine, if you're going to be like that, I'm going to leave. Have a nice life. These are breakup statements. Things said in bitterness as someone walks away. With enough hurt that it matters, but enough anger that they still kind of care. I don't really think that's the right way to walk away. I'm not here to laugh, I'm here to free you. If you'll let me.
I want to trust you.
Her grip tightens on the blade.
But you're hiding something, aren't you? Why would you help me if you weren't helping yourself?
You're not the only one who yearns for freedom. I am as trapped as you are. I think that we need to leave together.
The princess clutches the blade closer to her chest.
That sounds nice. I'm so tired of the bad blood between us. But it's hard to let it go. You've hurt me.
And that pain needs to be acknowledged.
Her eyes dart away from yours for a brief moment.
And I've also hurt you.
Which also needs to be acknowledged. Is there nothing I can say that will make you change your mind?
I don't know. What can either of us really say at this point? How can we trust something as hollow as words?
This is a story about trust. And if hollow words mean nothing, then actions might do
She's
better.
right, there's nothing left to say. So let's get a move on and do something before she comes up with a scheme to get out of here on her own.
We don't need words to send a message. It is through action that we can show her our adoration, our devotion, our kindness.
Leave with compassion and begin with compassion again somewhere new. That is the only thing that we can really do. I don't believe in bitter endings. Rather, I like to avoid them. Maybe that's a problem of my own. Maybe it's past time for either of us to say anything, and all that counts is action.
You reach towards her bloodied hands, laying your palm on her trembling fingers. For a moment, she clutches it even tighter, her knuckles going white with the effort. But then the tension fades. Her grip finally loosens and she allows you to take the weapon. You carefully pull it free from the thorns, though they scrape at your skin, leaving red trickles of fresh blood all along your arms.
She trusts us. She trusts us. Doesn't that set your heart aflutter?
The problem with viewing this through the lens of the smitten is that, though he might be right for a short period of time, we know what he wants.
Yeah, a little. It could just be nerves. Being this close to her does bring back unpleasant memories, but I don't know, it doesn't feel bad. It feels good. Like we're special to her.
Would really restarting a relationship be a good idea at this point?
We are special to have gained an ounce of trust from a maiden so guarded. Now all that remains is to free her from her bindings.
Let her go.
Yeah, let's do it. Let's show her how much both of us have changed. Or, hear me out, we slay her. Right here, right now. She's never been so helpless, and if we don't take advantage of that, we may never get another chance. That sounds like a splendid idea. You should listen to him.
I see that the lines have been drawn.
It's 2 against 1. It's 2 against 2. You don't count. And why shouldn't he count? Because he's clearly not one of us. That doesn't matter. He's been with us the whole time. He should get a say.
So, did you mean it? Or was I a fool to hand my life to you?
And so she chose his trust. The same trust that we broke before. I'm gonna give this one to you guys. Do you want to cut her free? Do you want to walk away? Do you want to kill her? I'll give you a moment or two to decide. The votes are in. Freer it is. It's hard to make this choice. But if we are going to do anything, it should be done with the correct reasoning. I don't trust the Smitten's reasoning because he just wants to get back with her. I don't trust the Opportunist's reasoning because he wants to hurt her again. Sometimes you gotta let go. But you should at least do what you can before you let go entirely.
Yes, what a good idea. Let's cut her free. Oh, so you're suddenly team free her? You can't just switch sides as soon as we make a decision. I can do whatever I want, and I believe with my whole heart that this is the right course of action. Let's free this princess.
Everyone deserves a chance at redemption. Let him join us and be merry. We are all united by our passion.
That's right. What he said. We've already given him a chance at redemption. And who says I don't deserve another? I really mean it this time. I'm big enough to admit when I'm wrong. So I want to help you all free her.
And I have no problem with that. Welcome to the team. You're one of us now. One of the good guys.
You take the blade to the thorny vines imprisoning the princess, and she flinches, relaxing only slightly as the blade slices into the thick vegetation rather than her arm. And she flinches again as the last of the vines is cut away, as
Smitten
if,
being gross
after
in
all
this
that,
route.
she's still expecting you to turn on her and stab her in the heart. But you're not going to do that, are you? Still, all it would take is a single slip of the blade.
Smitten is a bit gross in this route, but that's because he is the part of the heart that still longs for that which is clearly fated. And I know that I've certainly felt that kind of impulse, even if it's a bad one.
Such a pathetic attempt at distraction and subterfuge. Our blade is a dashing sword, and every dashing sword is an extension of its hero. It won't slip.
You're right.
He can't even make it slip, can he? He's a bit of a nobody. Good thing I've been on your side of all this since the beginning. The princess falls into your arms, tears streaking down her cheeks. I can't believe you're making me describe this. I hate you.
You actually meant it. You rescued me.
Do you see the way she's looking at us? Kiss her. Kiss her now before the moment ends.
Do you think that's the right thing to do? I just really hate the people who put us here.
Me too.
She smiles, her hand slipping into yours, and the two of you rush to the basement stairs.
You should have kissed her, you fool. It was the perfect moment.
No, it wasn't.
Shameful, really, that the same thorns that so graciously allowed you downstairs are now blocking your only way out.
Please, after all the trials we've been through, do you really think a few measly thorns can stop us? Love is an even more powerful weapon than our blade.
We cut through those other vines just fine. They're only thorns. I'm not afraid of getting a few scrapes. I'm not even sure we need to do any cutting. We can just move them out of the way. What a pathetic showing, really.
A few pointy sticks can't keep us down here. We're both meant for so much more than this.
As you step into the thorns covering the basement stairs, they yield. Both you and the princess ascend the stairs without obstacle. This is unacceptable. The second you step out of this cabin with her, the world ends. Do you hear me? What did the world ever do to you to deserve this?
Your nightmare is our dream. Whatever world would condemn an innocent like her to a cycle of violence and despair isn't a world worth saving. We'll weave something new together. Something better.
Let her go.
You and the princess hesitate at the cabin door. This is your last chance. We've already made our decision.
We're finally leaving here together, aren't we? And all we had to do was trust each other. It wasn't easy, but I'm glad we finally could.
Hands clasped, the two of you open the door and step out into a new day, you irredeemable murderers.
What do we do now? Where's everything going? Why is it so cold?
You do not get the chance to respond, nor will you ever. It's time to leave. Memory returns.
She's gone. Where did she go? There's that mirror again. Why is it here? Why now?
Look, it's going to be okay. Just trust me. We've been here before, and you always get scared.
But it feels so bad. Like looking into it right now is going to be the end of everything. Yes, I fear that we won't like what we'll see. What if we just sit here and preen for a while? That can't hurt, right? If they think it's bad, I'm with them.
I'll see you on the other side. It's gonna be okay.
Okay. If you say so. We'll trust you. She'll be there waiting for us. I just know it. Finally. We're going places.
You approach the mirror. Silence as you reach forward. They're gone once again. The mirror always makes them leave, but you need to see what is in it. You've withered. You find yourself in the long quiet once again. You're at the cabin.
I am a growing chorus of contradiction, a mass of tides ebbing and flowing all at once in more directions than my attention can bear to hold. To look at any one is to shift them all into something new, and to look away is to reshape them yet again. All of me is changing, and yet the rest of me is still the same.
How can you stand to be a contradiction?
As easily as you can stand to be you. You are like me, even if you have chosen not to look at the corners of you that do not fit. Even if you have chosen to ignore the brilliant contours of your soul.
It doesn't matter how many times I go back, at least one of us always hurts the other. Doesn't that change you? Doesn't that make you worse?
It changes me, but it doesn't make me worse, nor does it make me care for you any less. Does it make you worse? Do you resent me?
If anything, it makes me like you more. I don't know what that says about me.
It says that your heart is gentle, that even in the darkness you are guided by compassion.
What do you think of this vessel?
This one yearns for connection she feels she doesn't deserve. Even when shown compassion, she hid herself away. She will make for a cautious heart.
This is a story about trust.
Do not mourn her. She isn't alone anymore.
Do you know what happens to the worlds that we leave behind?
My perspectives are shadowed. You have seen what I have seen, just as I have seen what you have seen. The angles of my vantage do not offer me hidden truths, and my attention is turned inward, except when you are here with me. Perhaps this will change when our work is done.
The nascency of a god. Have you figured out what you'll want when we're finished?
The desires of my multitude thrive in endless competition with themselves, but none of them rise above their dance to influence me. I yearn for what I have always yearned for, our awakening. Other desires shrink in the light of knowing you and knowing me.
Do you still not care what I bring you next?
I care about your gifts, but I have no preferences to burden you with. Even if I did, I would never dare to tarnish our relationship by assuming myself above you.
So, you don't have any preferences in how you'd like to change or grow, even now?
The tides do not dictate where they are pulled. A river does not dictate its outlets. My gift to you is to let you choose your path, and my task is to treasure the gifts you bring me.
How many more vessels do you need?
We will know when we near our destination.
I'm ready to go back.
I will be here when it is time for us to meet again.
Everything goes dark, and you die. We find
You're
ourselves
on a
once
path
more,
in the woods.
shall we?
You make your way up. The interior of the cabin is almost entirely bare. The air is stale and musty, and the floor and walls are painted in a fine layer of dust. The only furniture of note is a plain wooden table. Perched on that table is a pristine blade. The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right.
So, we once more find ourselves here again. Well, once more, I'll put this to something of a vote. But I do have an idea as to which way I think we might go. We've had a very sad story last time around, so instead of voting whether you take the blade or not, because I do happen to know which way this would go, do you want another sad story, or do you want a slightly happier one? Do you want one that you're gonna get feral over, or do you want some more sadness? Let's see. Feral. Ellie, which feral route are you thinking? There's several. When I say feral, I mean that chat's gonna go horny for whatever we say. I choose anxiety. Oh. I'm sorry, Wilfer83. I'll try and ease your anxiety, if I can. Take our knife and... The one where she's like an animal that hunts you. That's... Yes, that would be the beast. The beast is a route that we can take. When I said feral, I should have been more specific, shouldn't I? Because feral could mean feral in the literal sense rather than just y'all are gonna get horny. I was indeed referencing Tower, Echo Bazaar. Tower is a fun one. I do enjoy Tower. I mean, I enjoy this whole game, to be honest, so. Tower it is. I want the Tower route for total... Okay, Tower it is. We're doing Tower. In which case...
You take the blade from the table. It'd be rather difficult to slay the princess and save the world without it.
Let's continue.
The
We know how the
basement...
story goes.
Don't be a stranger. It's been so long since I've had any visitors. Come on down.
You walk down the stairs and lock eyes with the princess.
She's so coldly beautiful.
Focus on the task at hand.
And there you are. Are you here to kill me or something?
So... Let's see... We've taken the blade. Now, there's a few different ways that we can get to the tower, and I want to make sure that we're doing it right. Okay, yeah, you caught me. I'm here to slay you.
That isn't a good idea. Just drop the knife, and maybe the two of us can talk things out.
She's right, we shouldn't. We should just drop the blade. Don't you dare. It's fine. We can decide what we want to do after we talk to her. Maybe she really is a monster. But killing someone in cold blood isn't very becoming of us.
Me, I personally know how to unlock each of the different outcomes, yes, because I know the game somewhat well. I assumed either tower or adversary would be what we do here, though adversary has a rather similar tone to Razor. Tower is a little bit different.
You ignore the trembling in your hands and tighten your grip on the blade.
You poor thing. Your hands are shaking. Are you scared of me? Because you should be.
You step forward, your grip on the blade tightening as you steel your resolve.
Oh? No talking then? Fine. What even makes you think you can kill me? I'm probably chained up in this basement for a reason, right? And if that knife is the only weapon you have, you'll have to get close enough to use it. So, you should just drop it. Best not to risk finding out what I can do.
She's unarmed. If you hesitate now, it'll be too late. End this.
But what if she isn't bluffing? What if she kills us?
You go into this expecting to die, you're going to die.
Hesitating? Why don't you drop the knife and the two of us can be civilized with each other?
Here we go.
You charge the princess, blade trembling in your hand, but you've already lost the battle.
We believed her to be strong.
She casually sidesteps your thrust before knocking you to the ground with a single blow from her elbow.
And she is what we perceive her to be.
We shouldn't have hesitated.
But she doesn't stop there. She kicks you a few times for good measure, the pointed tip of her shoes feeling like a pickaxe against your fracturing bones, making sure you stay down. As you lie, crushed and broken on the basement floor, the princess kneels on your throat with the kind of weight you didn't think her slight frame could possibly possess. As you gasp for air, she eyes you with an intense curiosity. You shouldn't have let that fear creep into your heart. You had the upper hand, and now look at you.
Is this really the best you could do? Look at you. Completely broken. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't a little disappointed.
I'm sure some of you are horny for this in chat.
She applies more pressure, slowly squeezing what's left of your life out of your lungs. This is the end, isn't it? I'm afraid it is. Everything goes dark, and you die.
Chapter 2. The Tower.
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess. You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world.
Onwards we go.
A warning before you go any further. She will lie, she will cheat, and she will do everything in her power to stop you from slaying her. Don't believe a word she says.
Is this the mommy one? If your mother was like this, I'd have concerns.
We might as well just pledge ourselves to her and stop pretending we're capable of doing anything in this situation. She probably doesn't even need to try to overpower us. Can we tone down the pessimism just a smidge? I'm not being a pessimist. I'm just being realistic. You're being annoying. Just ignore their bickering, and whatever you do, don't pledge yourself to her. I cannot stress enough how absolutely catastrophic that would be for everyone.
Oh my.
Yourself included.
Are we all okay out there?
I agree. If she's wrongfully imprisoned, then we should rescue her, but if he's telling the truth, we shouldn't just hand her the world on a silver platter. Rescue her? Given the stakes of the situation, there isn't really a difference between rescuing her and pledging yourself to her. Either would be terrible.
I'm gonna let you guys decide what we do with her.
So please, try to ignore both of those knuckleheads and focus on saving the world. Let's not make this harder than it has to be. If that's what you want, I guess I don't have a say here. The interior of the cabin is larger and more grandiose than its humble exterior would suggest. The only furniture of note is a massive marble altar with a pristine blade perched on its edge. The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right. Why do we feel so small? We don't feel small. We are small.
Do we take the blade? You guys have free reign to say what you want to do with this route. I have no particular preferences. You've already gone the chaos route, can't half-ass it. Don't pledge yourself. Pledge yourself. Choice 1. Do you want the blade? Do you want that pristine blade that dictates us so much agency in a situation? Do you want to take it with you? Or do you want to leave it be? You might gather from the tone of this that we perhaps looked at someone with fear. And because we looked at her with fear, she had no choice but to react to that. We are ourselves, but our self is very often influenced by what others perceive us to be. Do we want to go without it? Or do we want to have some resistance in the situation? Size different route. Blade, absolutely. Alright. Leave the blade, it won't save us. Okay, okay. I'm gonna give you a few more moments to pick. Will she like me if I'm 149 centimeters? I'm sure she would love you. Still, I'm going to give you guys one more moment to pick. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Blade, blade, blade. Blade it is. Take the blade.
You take the blade from the altar. It would be difficult to slay the princess and save the world without a weapon.
Onwards we go.
The door to the basement creaks open, revealing a spiral staircase. Its steps almost as deep as you are tall. The smell of incense drifts up from below. For a moment, you almost feel at ease. Huh. This is actually kind of nice. It's still a stone basement. If the princess lives here, slaying her is probably doing her a favor. Her booming voice rolls up the stairs.
Is that a guest I hear? Don't linger on the stairs. Come down and witness me.
I think enough of you might know where this is going.
You weren't kidding when you said it was booming. She wasn't like this last time. We need to get down there. She wants us to see her. We need to see her.
Should we be worried about your sudden change in attitude? Just a few minutes ago you were going on about how pointless everything was. Now you want to go down there.
It doesn't matter what that little voice says. He's not the one making the decisions. Though if his ramblings get you to the princess, they get you to the princess.
Onwards we go.
Making your way down the spiral staircase is a time-consuming and exhausting effort, every step requiring you to clamber over one edge before dropping to the next. But soon the end comes into view, and you tumble to the bottom, entering the vast, temple-like room beyond. The princess towers over you, almost glowing in the weak starlight, her figure framed by a stained glass window. Her long hair billows around her, and a chain binds her wrist to the far wall.
Welcome to the tower.
The chain is nothing to her. It might as well be a toy for all the good it would do. I told you it was pointless to resist her.
We approached her with fear in our hearts, assuming that she would be powerful, assuming that she could hurt us, and she was powerful, and she could hurt us. People often in relationships end up becoming what we expect them to be. Because we all have to react into what others see us as.
The little bird has returned to me. I wonder what he wants.
She is merely an exaggerated form of this phenomenon.
You brought that knife again, even though you know it's useless. Such charming audacity. Drop it.
Do we drop the knife? Drop the knife? Keep the knife? Drop the knife? Let's try and keep that knife.
As if on command, the blade slips from your
Oops.
grasp. It clatters uselessly to the floor. But we didn't drop it. We decided to grip it tighter, remember? Are you really just going to let that happen to us? I have a duty to report facts as facts, and the fact is that you dropped the blade.
Of course we dropped it. She's so much more than us. You wouldn't understand what it feels like to be in her presence.
Oh, I understand what's going on, and you'd better snap yourself out of it.
Kneel.
Down, girl. Are we going to defy her? Or are we going to submit? Broken is a bit extra, but I love her. I love him, sorry. I love him, I love Tower. Brat time? Brat time it is then. No.
Oh, are you still trying to defy me? I said kneel.
Your legs buckle, and your knees hit the floor.
That's my good little bird. Now, why don't we talk?
Everyone in chat became horny. Everybody noticed that.
The last time we met, you couldn't even scratch me. And yet here you are again, trying to succeed where you've already catastrophically failed. What draws you back here beyond the empty halls of death? Speak.
The last time we met, nobody should have met her before this. You should be the first. You're the only one I'd trust to deal with her.
And you shouldn't have trusted us. There was nothing we could do to stop her then. And there's nothing we can do to stop her now.
He's being melodramatic, but yeah, we've been here before, and she absolutely destroyed us. What are we even supposed to do to stop her? That's worrying. Whatever you do, don't tell her why you're here. It's best not to give her any ideas.
Are we gonna tell her while we're here? Do we want to let her know? Do we want to just spill our secrets, or do we want to put up some more defiance? Are we going to defiance? Are we gonna give her some? Are we gonna say her no? Are we going to defy mommy? I'm gonna give you guys a moment or two to respond. Being a sub is easy. Defiance it is. No.
Perhaps you need another lesson in submitting to your betters. Pick up that needle.
Do it. It's what she wants.
No objections here. I don't know what she's planning, and I don't like that we don't know what she's planning, but we might as well pick up the blade. As your eye falls on the blade, you feel a weight. Some divine hand that sits unperceived by your senses, but that manages to push you towards its desires like an unseen puppeteer.
Pick up the blade. It's the only thing we can do.
You reach forward and grasp the blade.
Stand.
This one's easy. See? This isn't so bad.
Okay, yeah. We can do that. We were probably going to stand anyway.
Stand it is.
You can feel a creaking tension between body and will as you slowly rise to your feet, like two foes forced into an unhappy truce. The princess eyes you with soft contemplation. The moment seems to last a lifetime, the silent anticipation of what's to come dragging out the long, painful seconds. But all silences are broken eventually.
To defy me is to claim we stand on level ground. We do not. You are quiet shadow, while I am brilliant radiance. Take that knife in your hand and slit your throat.
What? You don't have to listen to her. You're armed. Just steel your nerves, step forward, and end this.
End this.
Oh, we'll end Isn't this all right?
Your hand lifts the blade and brings it towards your throat. Okay, I apologize for the unclear language. End her.
Slay ourselves or slay the princess? What shall we do? What do you want to do? We could also just rip to us. Rip to us? Are we gonna do it? Or are we just gonna do what she wants? Oh, where's your defiance? I thought you were doing so well. Seems that that's all vanished into smoke. I genuinely thought you were going to at least give me something to work with. Genuinely want to see what Browning achieves here? Alright, okay. Okay. Bull's right. I'm gonna brat this one. Slay the princess.
Your body is sluggish and unresponsive, actively fighting against you, but you do your best to stagger forward. One step at a time, you move towards the princess.
Slitting your throat would have been a mercy, but it seems you're in need of a harsher lesson. Plunge that knife into your lungs.
I'm sorry.
Don't! As you take another step forward, the blade digs into your ribs, slicing through flesh with ease. It somehow feels like an entirely natural thing to do, while the simple act of walking has become an arduous impossibility. Then it slides back out, the wound burning as a small hiss of air escapes through the fresh orifice. Blood fills your lungs.
Now, do it again. Keep doing it until I give you permission to stop.
Those are just words. You don't have to listen to her.
It's what she wants.
You, heroic one, what are you doing? Don't just let this happen. Stop him from killing you. I'm on it. Your other hand locks around your wrist, struggling to keep it from perforating vital organs. But the blade still flails towards you, managing to slice bits of skin that plop to the floor to join the growing pile of blood and gore beneath you. Despite the pain, you manage to keep yourself in one piece, at least for now.
What a pitiful display. A wounded little bird, thinking it can defy a god. It doesn't have to be like this. It doesn't have to hurt so much. You can choose a gentle end. You can choose to leave that punctured vessel for the next.
Slay ourselves or slay the princess? Do you want to persist in being a brat even after all this? You may make your decisions. Who needs a gentle end? Alright, slaying the princess it is then.
Or you can pathetically struggle against yourself until the floor of this temple is painted with the bloody impressions of your futility.
You continue to approach the princess, even as the repeated gouges of your blade expose bone and muscle to the open air of the basement. You know, this would be a lot easier if you gave us a hand. My influence only goes so far, and I can only juggle so many things at once. The best I can do right now is to continue to drive you forward. Believe me, this whole ordeal would be so much easier if I didn't have to contend with free will.
You're the one making things difficult. You're the one making us hurt. She doesn't want to hurt us. She's just doing what she has to.
Stop.
As you finish crossing the room, you fall to your knees at the princess's feet, your chest heaving as your blood pools in the crevices of the stone floor, the coppery taste coating your throat. The princess kneels down, lifting your chin with her finger as her face lowers to yours.
Your devotion is misplaced. You've surrendered to delusion. But something about your defiant spirit speaks to me. You are different than you were before. Perhaps, if you've learned your lesson, I can spare you from the release of death. There's a place at my side for you, if you'll have it. Not as an equal, but as something worthy to be kept. A priest, perhaps, or a pet.
Well, that's demeaning, isn't it?
Yes, how thoughtful of her.
It's a mercy. Take it.
I think he's given up whatever say he had at the start of all this.
At least one of you is sane. She's within striking distance, and she's only negotiating now because she knows you have what it takes to put an end to her. Seize the moment before it's too late.
What do you want to do? Relentlessly horny chat. What do you want to do? Okay, that's a fairly strong vote for exactly what I expected. I'm yours.
That's right. I can feel your heart opening to me. And there's what you've been chasing. The motivation that dragged you across the floor, bleeding and choking. I am destined to destroy the world. Something about that thought wraps itself around my heart, as if it's a fundamental truth to my being that I'd somehow forgotten. The collapse of the old is a necessary prelude to the birth of the new, and the world as it is now is overdue for alterations. It's time for us to seize my destiny.
If this is what you want, then I guess there's not much else for me to say.
No, you can't just give in to her. Not when the stakes are so high. Not when you're so close. I won't let you do this.
There's still something in the way. A greasy film inside of you where it doesn't belong. Trying to... Is that a person?
Oops, sorry.
No, it used to be a person. It's something different now. An echo.
Is she talking about you? That's impossible. She's not supposed to be able to interact with me.
You're a small one, aren't you? A shriveling little worm stretched beyond its limits, trying to control things that it can't understand.
No. What are you talking about?
I don't care what you are. You're mine. Rise, my little bird.
Without hesitation, you're brought to your feet.
Break my chains.
Your will means nothing.
And how are we supposed to do that? All we have is a blade.
You are subsumed by her.
All you need to do is believe it's been done.
She is all that matters. And all that ever will.
Her chains shatter, and the cuff falls from her wrist. She is loose, and the end is upon us.
What a good disciple you are. Come, it's time for us to leave.
What happens now?
Nothing. And then, everything.
How are you all doing? Are you okay? Do you need some aftercare? I know that was a lot. But you do not take her hand, nor will you ever. It's time to leave. Memory returns.
She's gone. Where did she go? Should we try and find her? And is that a mirror?
Why is it here? Why now?
It's gonna be okay. We've been here before, you always get scared.
But it feels so bad. Like looking into it right now is going to be the end of everything. I don't want to look at us.
That's okay. I'll see you on the other side. It's going to be okay.
Okay. If you say so. We'll trust you. A mercy.
Cocked by the abyss. You approach the mirror. Silence as you reach forward. They are gone once again. The mirror always makes them leave, but you need to see what is in it. You've unraveled. You find yourself in the long quiet once again. You are at the cabin.
There's a world beyond the endless walls of the long quiet. We're supposed to be there. Do you know what we'll find out there?
Is that a rhetorical question? Do you know? Do you want to tell me?
Rhetorical. I am not rhetorical. I have only known these spaces, and I have known flickers of the lives you've brought me, short and violent and full of passion. But all of those flickers end where the long quiet begins. I'm asking you because I cannot know your mind. Do you know what we'll find out there?
There's trees and stars, and there are people, I think. At least there's supposed to be people.
There is a warmth and sadness in me at the thought of people. Fresh tears on a winter's day. They are not like us. They do not last.
We are, of course, inhuman. Do you think that anything is real out there? Do you think that we are real?
We are real. Nothing is an idea that dwells in the absence of something. But nothing cannot exist on its own. And because of that, nothing can't exist.
I'm also surprised that we didn't go for apotheosis, if I'm honest, but it's fine. Apotheosis is the next form that this princess can take, or one of the next forms that this princess can take. And that version, she does ascend further into her deity. But, well, she gets the closest, I think, nearly the closest out of any of them, as to understanding what she is. Do you have any thoughts on this vessel?
This one is dominance, a figure capable of bending everything to her will. She will make for an overwhelming heart.
Dominance. I feel that the metaphor isn't particularly subtle, but nevertheless. That was not a relationship of equals.
Do not mourn her, for she would not be able to mourn you.
When you send me back, I'm not alone. There are voices that speak to me. Some of them are me, but one of them is something else. I call him the narrator, and he wants me to kill you. Do you have a narrator? Have the vessels ever had one?
No, their thoughts are quiet. Do you think your narrator lives in the spaces beyond?
He does. I don't know what I'm going to do when I find him.
There's no need for you to know what you are going to do before you do it. If you find him, remember that I'll be waiting for you on the other side.
Do you know what will happen when you awaken?
If I did, I would already be awake.
How many more vessels do you need?
One. Whatever you bring me next will be enough, and then gravity will pull the others back to me. I will be singular, a final multitude.
this is the last stage, the last time, is there anything that you would like me to bring you?
These gifts are a conversation, and each one shows me the contours of your heart. The only thing I want to see is what you choose for me when the thread is fully drawn.
I'm ready to go back.
The next time I see you, each of us will finally know what we are. I will be here, waiting for you.
Everything goes dark, and you die.
You're on a path.
And so we come to our final route. For this one, I know what we're doing. I'll let you guys have a few inputs here and there, but I'm gonna get us to something that I know is good.
You make your way up.
So, once more, we find ourselves in the cabin.
Is almost entirely bare.
Once
the blade
more,
is your implement.
we find the blade. But we're not gonna take it this time round.
The door to the basement creaks open, revealing a staircase faintly illuminated by an unseen light in the room below.
At least a few of you know who
This is
I'm
an
cosplaying.
oppressive place. The air feels heavy and damp, a hint of rot filtering from the ancient wood. Her voice softly carries up the stairs.
Hello? Is someone there?
It's hypnotizing. Don't let it fool you. It's all part of the manipulation.
Hi.
Don't be a stranger. It's been so long since I've had any visitors. Please, come downstairs.
You walk down the stairs and lock eyes with the princess. There's a heavy chain around her wrist, binding her to the far wall of the basement.
She's beautiful. How could someone like this be of threat to anyone?
I am begging you to stay focused. There's a lot riding on you here.
Hi. Do you think you can get me out of these chains?
I'll see what I can do.
You're only making this more difficult.
Thank you. Thank you.
You're making a huge mistake. No, you're doing the right thing. You walk up to the chains binding the princess to the wall and give them a tug. They're large and heavy, far too solid for you to even imagine trying to break them apart.
I'm guessing you don't have the key?
Maybe it's somewhere upstairs. Doubtful. Whoever locked the princess away down here intended for her to never see the light of day. They wouldn't have just left the key to her chains somewhere in the cabin.
If there isn't a key, do you have any other ideas?
Maybe there's some way to break the chains? Or if that doesn't work, I guess we can always cut me out of them.
She offers the suggestion with almost complete nonchalance.
If we were stuck down here long enough, I'm sure we'd be nonchalant about cutting our way out if it meant we could finally be free.
You attempt to make your way out of the basement, but the door at the top of the stairs slams shut. You hear the click of a lock sliding into place.
Is someone else here?
You make your way to the bottom of the stairs. This would have been so much easier if you'd just taken the blade like you were supposed to.
We're not gonna do that this time. We're gonna try and be the actually compassionate hero. For once.
Easier for whom?
Remember the mirrors.
Easier for everyone. Look at the mess you're in.
Remember the transference.
I heard the door slam. They locked you down here too, didn't they?
She is what we perceive her to be.
There's a slight panic rising in the princess's voice.
If I could just get out of these chains, I know we could force our way out of here together.
She barely hesitates before raising her arm to her mouth, her teeth tearing through her limb with the determination of a trapped wolf.
And if we perceive her to be Someone worthy of compassion, someone beautiful and brilliant and worth saving. Is that not what she will then become?
As she rips her flesh from her bone, a sound comes from behind you, the clang of bouncing metal. It's the blade from upstairs. You're not sure how it made its way down here, but if there's a time to strike, it's now. Or we could use it to free her. You won't like what happens if you do that. Fine. Against your better judgment, you place the blade against the ragged, self-inflicted wound on the princess's arm, just above the unyielding chain binding her to this place. You cut into her flesh.
I'm not cutting into my flesh live on camera. Sorry.
The blade is sharp, and it takes little effort to crack through the bone of her arm. Her limb falls to the ground, and the heavy chains follow suit. She didn't so much as utter a sound through the whole ordeal. No, she didn't. She smiles softly as her gaze meets yours, blood from her wounded arm dripping rhythmically to the ground. How is she still smiling after everything? It's like she isn't even bothered by what just happened.
Thank you. Now let's get out of here.
No, we won't have any of that. The stakes are too high. You can't just let her escape into the world. As the princess approaches the bottom stair, your body steps forward and raises the blade. Wait, this isn't fair. You can't just do that. Watch me.
What are you doing?
We learned our lessons, right? We can save her,
Stop that.
can't we?
Something's come over you, hasn't it? You know you don't have to do this, right?
We've been a victim to the princess. We've been the villain in the princess's story. Isn't it time we were the hero? That can only go right, can't it?
Your body lunges forward, the blade held low, ready to sink into her heart. But the princess dodges, stumbling back against the wall before the blade has a chance to connect. Stop it. Stop trying to resist me. I'm trying to get you out of here alive.
We can resist. It's okay. We're a good person.
The blade. Move the blade. As your body remains frozen in stubborn resistance, the princess takes a cautious step forward.
We both know this isn't you.
She nervously reaches towards you and takes the blade from your infuriatingly rigid hands. What?
I'm sorry. I'll try to be quick.
She plunges it into your chest, tearing through flesh and sinew. It is agony. But you aren't dead yet.
Oh no, I'm so sorry.
Stay strong. We can tough it out until it's done. For her sake. For her sake? Don't you start pretending that dying a painful death is some sort of heroic gesture. The two of you have literally doomed everyone.
Doomed everyone.
Whatever. She sinks the blade into your
No, we
chest
haven't.
again and again and
Surely.
again, and you feel every inch of burning pain that slices its way into your body.
We're a good person. We're doing the right thing.
Sorry.
She doesn't know how to use a knife, does she? Apparently not. Though it doesn't matter how sloppy her blade work is, does it? A stab wound is still a stab wound, and it won't be long before you bleed out.
I'm so sorry.
With one last thrust of the knife, your legs give out beneath you. You collapse to the floor, your blood pooling around you, your limbs unresponsive. The princess stares down at your ruined chest as tears carve rivulets of pink down her blood-spattered cheeks. It can't just end like this, right? Oh, that's rich coming from you. As much as I prefer for things to have gone differently, I can't deny the reality of what's happened. The two of you made your choice. It's over. Everything goes dark, and you die.
Chapter 2. The Damsel.
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess.
You know how this story goes.
You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world.
And so we go.
A warning before you go any further. She will lie, she will cheat, and she will do everything in her power to stop you from slaying her. Don't believe a word she says.
You know what this is going to be.
If only you knew what you did to us, you villain.
Hello again, familiar friend.
Excuse me? Forget he said anything. But he is a villain. He made our beloved brutally take our life last time. He's trying to keep us apart, but he won't be able to withstand the power of our love.
Last time? What are you talking about?
I think he just likes to hear the sound of his own voice. Let's try to ignore him. I do, but I also speak from the heart. My passions are too great to be stifled. They must be expressed.
Of course, Smitten. Of course.
Sure, yeah, your passions are strong and all, but not everyone needs to hear them. Some things are better kept quiet. Don't pay their bickering any mind. Focus on the task ahead.
Proceed.
The interior of the cabin is clean and elegant, its stone walls draped in fine-threaded tapestries, a prison befitting a royal prisoner. The only furniture of note is an ornate wooden table with a pristine blade perched on its edge. The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right.
Why would we need a blade? Our one true love is here.
The door to the basement creaks open, revealing an intricate stairwell. Gold-trimmed carpet glimmers in the light of the torches positioned along the walls. The basement almost seems welcoming in the dim firelight. But it's still a stone basement. If the princess lives here, slaying her is probably doing her a favor. A soft voice carries up the stairs.
Hello? Is someone there?
Her voice. It's somehow even more beautiful than last time. I think we're in love. Okay, I'm with you that we should be doing whatever we can to save her, but saying we're in love is a bit much, don't you think? We don't even know the princess. We can still do right by her without all this fawning. Yes, for everyone's sake, you're not in love. Just remember that her charms are all part of the manipulation. You walk down the stairs and lock eyes with the princess. There's a heavy chain around her wrist, binding her to the far wall. My love, we're here to rescue you from your unjust and foul imprisonment.
You know she can't hear you, right?
She may not be able to hear my words, but surely she can hear my spirit.
Oh, your spirit's plenty loud, all right.
It's you, my dashing hero. I was so worried you wouldn't come back.
Did you hear that? She said we're dashing.
And she called us a hero. Flattery really goes a long way with the two of you, doesn't it? Waiting for you to come back. You've been here before, haven't you?
That's right, villain. And you killed us. Well, she killed us. Only because he made us try and kill her. It was self-defense. Our beloved's hands remain unstained by cruelty.
Hero, villain, victim. Once more.
And you've died before. So an entire world has been damned to oblivion. I'd really hoped I'd be the first, but what's done is done. What matters is you have a chance to do it right this time.
We damned a whole world. But everything reset.
Nothing resets, you're just somewhere else. You can't keep hopping between worlds forever. Especially not without leaving a trail of incomprehensible devastation behind you. This is horrible.
I didn't bring a knife. Do I have to cut you out again?
I'm okay with whatever you come up with. You can cut my arm off again.
We won't be laying a finger on her perfect wrists, and indeed, we won't even have to. Do you see how dainty her hands are? We'll be able to slip her right out with no harm done.
What? No, she's a prisoner here. You can't just slip her hand through the chains. Why are you two arguing over the logistics of slipping her hand out of her shackles? She just said she'd be okay with any idea we came up with. Am I the only one here who thinks that's weird?
She didn't care last time. Why should she care this time? That's our stoic, smiling angel.
She is what we perceive her to be.
No, you're right. It's extremely bizarre behaviour and further evidence that she's a monster who's not to be trusted. So go ahead and slay her.
Madonna horror complexes. I guess this is the Madonna. The perfect angel who can do no wrong. What happened after I died?
You died, and now we're talking.
She's very dumb. But before we start talking, did the world end? Did you end the world?
I don't know. Was I supposed to have ended the world? Would that have made you happy?
Isn't that just like our darling princess? She wants to make us happy. My heart melts further with every word that passes through her beautiful lips.
Are you listening to her? That's a confession.
Honestly, the world sucks. People are a plague, and I hope you brought a slow and painful ruin to them all.
I can't believe that the fate of the entire world has been left in the hands of a misanthrope.
Lucky for you, I did destroy the world. I destroyed all of it and made it awful for everyone.
Yay!
I'd point out that she just admitted to obliterating the entire world, but I guess that wouldn't actually move you. Oh, it moves me. Whatever we do next, we should do our best to not let her out.
She's very people-pleasing.
But have you seen her angelic face? She should get a pass. She just wanted to make us happy.
By destroying the world?
Apparently, yes.
You killed me last time and it hurt a lot. Why did you do that?
I'm sorry. Didn't you want me to?
Did we?
We warned her of the cruel forces seizing our body. That's practically telling her to kill us. She is our beloved, and she made the choice to free us of our misery, to show us mercy and make the best decision for everyone.
She made the best decision for her. Don't be so quick to assign kindness. You're just opening yourself up to manipulation.
I'm sorry about what happened last time. The narrator who sent me here to kill you took over my body. It was extremely unfair.
If another version of me was pushed to such drastic action, it was for good reason.
That's okay. You were just doing your best, and that's all that matters.
She took that in stride. To a surprising extent. An almost unsettling extent, actually.
That's because she's perfect.
Oh dear.
Do you think she has someone like him telling her what to do?
What is perfection?
She doesn't. There's no one else like me.
Is it just meeting the expectations? Every single expectation of the person looking at you?
I think he's right, because I like it better if she doesn't have some horrid little voice like him, always trying to drive her to violence.
I guess we rescue the princess.
No, I can't let you do that. If you take another step towards the princess,
You'll what? Take over our body and force us to try and kill her?
I would if you had a weapon.
Not on my watch, villain. My passions contain titanic depths, and if you try anything that might harm our dearest, I will end our life without a second thought.
You wouldn't.
I would.
I'd listen to him if I were you. He has a lot of strong feelings. And doesn't the world end if we don't stop her? You approach the princess and gingerly slide her hand from her bindings. That shouldn't have worked. I'll be damned. We're doomed. I can't believe it. But I guess I have to.
I do love how the smitten is just Matt Berry. It's just Matt Berry.
I told you. There's no life more worth living than that of a true believer.
I'm free, and you're not trying to kill me this time. Thank you. Thank you so much.
The princess jumps up and smothers you in a joyful embrace. Ugh, if only you had a weapon. One slip of the wrist and your pristine blade would be buried in her back, and everyone out there would be saved. Luckily for Mr. Romance, we don't have a weapon. Who needs a weapon when we have the power of love on our side?
What do we do now?
Well, what do you want to do?
Let me guess. End the world?
Spoken with the rank cynicism of someone who has never felt love in his heart.
I don't actually know. Nobody's ever asked me what I wanted before.
She doesn't even know what she wants. You may have had her all wrong. What if this whole thing is just a misunderstanding? What if she doesn't want to end the world? You're so gullible. Is the only thing you've ever doubted the actual truth?
I think I want to leave. And I think...
The princess closes her eyes in deep reflection. And then she shrugs.
I don't know. What do you want to do?
I want you to tell me what you want.
I just want to make you happy.
We made her too shallow.
She can't just want to make us happy. It makes sense to me. That's all I want for her, so of course she'd want the same for us.
Simplistic ideas of love. Simplistic ideas of heroism. But... what would make you happy?
I just want to make you happy.
Oh no, she's chibiing.
Broken? What's going on? What's going on is she's lying to you, only she isn't a good liar. Are you starting to trust me now?
But... you need your own thing. You just met me. You can't base your entire happiness around me.
Okay, if that's what makes you happy.
This isn't right. I don't know what's going on, but this isn't right.
I fail to see the problem here. She's just sweet on us. You don't have to act like it's a big deal.
Okay, clearly something is happening here, and I'm very scared. What if we just don't do anything? What if we just stay here, nobody gets hurt, and we just figure out a way to be happy together, and we just do nothing?
Oh, is that really what you want? If you think that would make you happy, then...
Her eyes dart uncomfortably to the corners of the room.
I guess we could do that.
What if she was a people pleaser?
Oh, at least she's normal again. Normal again? Can't you tell she's sad? She's distraught. This is unacceptable. But she can't be unhappy about staying with us. Can she? No. It has to be him. It has to be this place. If we just made these walls more fitting for a princess. If we just say the right things. If we just showed her the contents of our heart. She'd be happy here. As the voice thinks its thought, your hands raise, fingers pointing towards your chest, and then... What? No, you absolutely do not do that. Oh, but I do. What? What is he doing? We can't see unless you tell us. Are you sure you want to know? I suppose I can't stall forever. You plunge your nails into your chest, digging deep, grasping for a handhold. And you find it, your fingers curling around your ribs.
Oh no, what are you doing? Are you okay? You can't do that and be okay.
Time out. He should not be allowed to do that. He's not the decider. And yet...
Trigger warning, gore.
Done, isn't it? It will be soon. You yank violently, your bones cracking with wet pops as you pull yourself apart inch by painful inch. Your exposed heart, framed by jagged ribs, thumps rhythmically in your raw, bloodied chest. the loosened threads of your body unfurling to cover the surface of the room.
Don't mind my sacrifice. It's a fair price to pay to give her everything she doesn't know she wants.
Oh, I see. You're trying to tell me something. It's beautiful.
The princess, mesmerized, reaches towards your beating heart, and then everything goes dark and we die? Yes.
Epilogue. Happily ever after.
You're on a path in the woods. Mate, we're clearly already in the cabin. Excuse me? You're clearly... Oh. Huh. So you are. How do you know about the cabin? I didn't get to the cabin part of my opening monologue yet. We've been here before. Well, not here, but I'm sure you know what I'm talking about. You knew about the loop-in last time.
Not that he was eager to divulge that.
Right on cue, here's the new guy.
Welcome! Can't say I'm happy to be here.
Okay, yes, I get it. You've been here before. That's terrible. You know that, right? Because the only reason you would have been here before is if you failed in whatever world you'd come from. Meaning you doomed an entire other reality. But I'm sure since you're so well-travelled, you know that, yes?
We know that you keep telling us that, but we've never seen a world end. As far as I'm concerned, that whole conversation is just noise. And I'm stuck on a better question. Where's the other one?
The other one?
Yeah, a certain lovesick fool has been suspiciously quiet. One might even say, absent.
Oh, you're right. It's a little quiet here, isn't it? Maybe that's one of the rules. Maybe only one bonus voice is allowed to be here at a time.
Bonus voice? I'm just as important as you are.
I'm not saying it's a bad thing. All I'm saying is that it's my third time here and it's your first. You're not unwelcome, but from my perspective, you're definitely bonus. I'm going to describe the room now. The interior of the cabin is vast and regal. High arched windows line the walls, their multicoloured glass casting kaleidoscopic patterns across the stone floor. An iron chandelier hangs from the vaulted ceiling, its many candles lit with flickering light, vaguely illuminating the massive room. This is a house fit for royalty. Before you, there isn't a blade, is there? That's not good.
Does it matter if the blade's here? We didn't use it last time, and the time before that, she used it to kill us.
I see your point, but it's still an option that's been taken away from us. I don't like losing options.
Yes, and it's an important one. It's your implement. You're going to need it if you want to do this right. And the fact that you're here, right now, again, means that you have not yet done this right. But it's not there, is it? We don't even get the choice. So, what are we supposed to do? I don't actually know. I'm sure it'll turn up somewhere. It has to. It's part of the whole structure of this place, I think. At the very least, it's important.
So, none of you are going to talk about the mirror?
Oh, I see it. I've just been preoccupied with everything else going on. Like the fact that we can rip our own heart out without deciding that's what we're going to do.
Is that what happened to you last time? How did that even work? You better not do it again. Lucky for you, the one who did it is the one who's gone. Wonderful. Moving on, I have no idea what you're talking about. There is no mirror. There's only the stained glass windows, the empty table where your blade should be, and the door to the basement. There it is, right in the middle of the room. Mirror or no mirror, the door to the basement, your only way forward, is just on the other side of the room. How about you walk over there?
What do you think's going to be the mirror for this one? What do we see reflected in our hearts with how we've behaved so far?
You cross the room, stopping just in front of the door to the basement. What is this about that supposed mirror? Just reach forward and fumble around a bit. I'm sure you'll find the handle. Well,
Shall we have a look at ourselves?
Reach forward.
You reach forward, your hand instinctively wrapping around the handle. It's gone.
I don't like things disappearing on us. I don't like how fluid reality seems to be.
Neither do I. And then you push the door open. Marvellous. We can proceed. It would seem that the stairs to the basement don't lead to a basement at all. Rather, they go up. They're draped in fine carpet too, one that feels pleasantly soft against your feet. If the princess lives here, slaying her would probably... no, that doesn't work here at all. This place is nice. It's fancy, even. I have to say, whatever you did in your previous lives, I deeply dislike how much it's thrown me off my rhythm. Well, if all of this has thrown you off your rhythm so much, then maybe we don't have to slay the princess. No, you absolutely do. Just because she lives in a nice house doesn't mean she doesn't pose a direct threat to all of reality. It's in her very nature.
Am I the only one who remembers how much she changed last time? Does she even have a nature?
Does anyone?
That is precisely why she poses a threat. I don't know, she got weird for a second, yeah, but she didn't change that. We have to move on. This is a wildly dangerous line of reasoning. No, you can't just say that and not... Her voice, gentle and warm, with an undercurrent of fatigue, rolls down the stairs.
You're home. Dinner's ready.
And isn't that just perfect?
As much as I desperately want to know what happened last time, we are not going to examine it. The more we think, the worse this gets. Why are you so on edge? This is much nicer than what we're used to. I'd like to have dinner. Dinner sounds nice. That is the problem. This isn't supposed to be nice, and she's supposed to be a prisoner. I need to stop talking. I need to stop talking. Just go upstairs, okay?
And don't eat the food.
This hall, like the one below, is grand and beautiful. Torches bathe the room in warm, comforting light, just enough to illuminate the tapestries along every wall, woven with scenes of chivalry and courtship and romance. The many cloth eyes are fixed on each other, gazes averted from the long table in the centre of the room. The princess, seated at its far end. Your pristine blade glints in the weak torchlight, hanging from a golden chain around the princess's neck. So that's where it is. And the tip is already pointed right at her heart. Okay, everything is falling back into place. All you have to do is cross the room, push down a little, and the entire world is saved. That's easy.
Isn't that suspiciously easy? There has to be a twist. There has to be something waiting for us. You saw what happened to her last time. She's not what she seems.
You're here. Now we can start being happy together. Why don't you sit down? Wouldn't that be nice?
As the words leave her mouth, the torches flare and a chair swings in from behind, knocking your legs out from under you. You're forcibly seated at the head of the table.
Isn't that better? It is better, right?
What is this place?
It's our happy ending, just like you asked for. It's everything we're supposed to have ever wanted.
This one's gonna hit me a bit hard. What are we supposed to do now?
Oh, right, dinner. I totally forgot about it.
Flames burn bright and a shadow dives across the table. In its wake, it leaves a feast.
Go ahead and dig in. I'm sure you're hungry.
Remember what I said.
Oh, but it looks so amazing, and after everything we've been through, we could really use a break. Are you sure we need to be so concerned?
I'm not sure about anything, and that's the problem.
For what it's worth, I generally don't think one should trust strange food that magically appears on a table.
Nothing here is exactly what I expected it to be, so make of that what you will. You begin to feast, and the princess follows suit, her soft smile never fading. The food is more exquisite than you ever could have imagined. You sample countless otherworldly dishes, sauces and bread and hearty stews whose tastes dance across your tongue. You tear at hunks of meat practically melting from the bone, juicy and tender and bursting with flavors you could scarcely begin to describe. Your cup fills itself again and again with a flowery nectar so sweet it tastes like glimmering jewels.
And everything was perfect.
This really is perfect, isn't it? It is the best meal you've ever had. But then it's over, and you're just as hungry as when you began.
Wasn't that perfect? We should do it again.
The shadow washes across the table, clearing and replating. The feast is once again laid before you. The food is good. Again, you tear into golden crispy flesh, dab at the slurry of aromatic sauces on your plate with thick-crusted bread, sip your goblet of sparkling gems. But you have done this already. And then it's over, and you're just as hungry as when you began.
It's supposed to be perfect.
You're still hungry too, right? I know this wasn't as good as it was last time, but we just have to do it again. That's all. It'll be perfect if we just do it again.
So the shadow sweeps over the table, clearing the old and laying out the new. And so you do it again. The meat is fine, the bread is fine. You sample the side dishes and they're fine too. You finish your goblet, the liquid within no longer glimmering on your palate, instead leaving your mouth coated in a tacky film. You put it down and it fills again. You do not drink more. So we had a mediocre meal. It's not a big deal.
That's the trap. It wasn't mediocre at first. It's trending down.
We're just getting a little sick of it. So what? We just have to try something new. I'm sure we won't be stuck eating the same meal forever. Regardless of quality, it's over again, and you're just as hungry as when you began. Again.
It's almost like it's missing something that's actually important.
No, something was wrong that time. But maybe I was just tasting it wrong. It looks just as good as it did the first time. It shouldn't taste like this.
Again, the shadow replaces your feast. And again you eat. The meat is greasy. The bread is tough, its crust hurting your jaw as you chew. The grey vegetables are barely worth the effort of picking through. You don't even touch the goblet, its sickly sweet aroma utterly unappealing. I'm so tired of eating. At least you still have the memory of how good it was the first time, right?
I'm so tired of this.
As the words leave her mouth, one of the torches on the wall sputters and then goes out entirely.
Compat is a prison.
What just happened? Did I do something wrong?
A light went out. Maybe a coincidence, but maybe not.
As if in response to the dousing of their brother, the other 3 torches blaze brighter, their flames licking at the walls. Their shadows deepen, dancing angrily across the stone.
But I don't think you did anything wrong. I think you just said something that you wanted to say.
But it was wrong. I took away a piece of our light. I'm not supposed to do that. I don't want him to be upset with me.
You said he. Who is he?
He's the voice that whispers sweet nothings in my ear. I think he made this place for us.
It all makes sense now. It's him, isn't it? He's making all of this happen. He's the one who's trapped us here. Who? The lovesick one. The one from last time. He's not gone. He's just with her now. He's is the shadow.
Hey, Smitten, you were real chatty last time. Don't you have anything to say?
Smitten?
The torches flare and the shadow grows for a moment, but you don't receive a response.
No, I saw him smile. That's him.
Regardless, it would seem that he, if there is a he, isn't something you can talk to.
He says his words are just for me, but he wants me to ask. Isn't this enough? Isn't this what you wanted him to do?
Isn't it great to be the hero? You fixed everything. You saved everyone. And you made things perfect forever.
He says he's tired. I don't think he'll answer anything else you have to say.
Well, we ate. What are we supposed to do now?
I don't know. Maybe we could play a game. Yeah, that's exactly what we should do.
The flames roar and the shadow comes dancing across the table. It leaves behind an intricate game, its pieces elegant and beautiful and enticing, its simple rules already apparent, even with little explanation.
We can probably work together to figure this out as we go. That sounds like a lot of fun, right?
Yet another waste of time. Why all the distractions? What are we being distracted from? That's the real game. And I feel like I'm 2 steps behind.
You're overthinking it, mate. I feel like this is just something to do. We might as well try to have some fun. You and the princess do indeed figure it out as you go. And what a game it is. The tension between turns, the triumphant highs of moves well placed, and the tragic lows of miscalculations and careless plays. The warmth of trust and the cool texture of deception. And then, the climax, as she places her final piece.
Oh, I think we got the rules wrong.
And so you start over. Time passes. You play the game. You win.
Hey! Will you look at that?
Oh, you won. I guess we can play again.
Time passes. You play the game. She wins.
Oh, I won. I guess we can play again.
And everything fades.
There is a long pause, and the board does not reset.
This isn't fun anymore, is it?
No.
It's never going to stay fun.
You don't need me to tell you that it isn't. Oh. The princess visibly panics as another torch sputters.
Wait. Maybe this is just too easy. Maybe if we added more rules and pieces, it would be fun again.
Maybe.
Yeah. The game's just a little simple. We can make it fun again. The shadow descends on the board once again. More pieces are added, their shapes more intricate, their purposes less immediately clear, and the two of you set about discovering the complexities of the game anew. And so you do. And it is fun again. In fact, it's almost as fun as the first time you played, and the sputtering torch roars back to life. But then you get used to the additions, and the feeling starts to fade. A creeping numbness settling in over the board. More pieces are added. The feelings flare. The feelings fade. The princess suggests new rules. A glimmer of what could have been excitement flits through your mind, quickly vanishing as the game progresses. Your pieces advance in an ever-increasing slog to their destination. Winning and losing become nothing but ends. And even the end becomes nothing as you roll over into a new game, the board resetting as many times as you can finish. Till finally...
I'm out of ideas. I'm actually out of ideas this time. I don't think I can play anymore.
As the words leave the princess's mouth, another torch goes out. Again, the remaining flames burn brighter, and the shadow dances faster.
I'm happy. I promise. We're both so happy here. You don't have to be upset.
This is awful.
I think we all know that we're not happy. We just have to admit it to ourselves.
It is such a quiet thing to fall. But far more terrible is to admit it. Are you actually happy here?
The princess starts to hyperventilate, her quick breaths punctuating the uncomfortable silence between you.
Yes! Why wouldn't I be? Let's not talk about it.
We need... We need to tell the truth. Fuck. Sorry. We need to tell the truth. You need to tell me how you really feel.
I don't feel anything.
The third torch sputters out. The princess's shadow dances furiously against the far wall.
There's just one left. What's going to happen when it goes out?
Don't worry. Don't worry about what's gonna happen, but if you could do anything in the world, what would it be? What would you choose?
I think I'd like to dance under the stars.
That sounds lovely.
But there aren't any stars here. I'd have to leave.
As she says that, the shadow rushes forward and tightens its grip on her wrists.
I'm not happy here. I don't think I ever was.
The princess sobs, burying her face in her hands as the final torch blows out.
I'm sorry. I feel like all of this was my fault.
She raises her head, mascara trailing down her cheeks.
Your fault. We were all just trying to make things work here. It just didn't happen that way. I don't think this is the sort of thing anybody needs to apologize for. Even if we both feel empty. Even if an important part of us is gone.
The princess's eyes dart to the floor.
Well, we can't sit here forever. That part of us is over.
The princess pushes herself from her chair, and you instinctively do the same, waiting by the top of the stairs as she quietly crosses the room.
Do you still care about me?
Whatever we had between us wasn't real. But this is real.
I don't know what this is.
Neither do I.
Then maybe we need to find out for ourselves. Maybe it's time for us to leave.
As the princess steps towards the stairs, you offer her your hand. The corners of her mouth curl into a demure smile, and she gently takes your hand in hers. She's cold and a little clammy, but her skin against yours is the most real thing you have ever felt. You're offering surprisingly little resistance. If we leave the cabin, doesn't that end the world?
It does if he's telling the truth.
Yes, well, I've seen my fairy tale ending, and I think there might be worse things than the end of the world.
It really was just all meaningless blather then, wasn't it?
Think what you will. I'm done fighting. You and the princess don't exchange words as you descend the stairs to the cabin's entrance. And then the two of you step out into the world. I think this is the end of me, even if it's not the end of you. I hope this was worth it. Genuinely, I do. He's really gone, isn't he?
Yeah. There's an itching in the back of my head that feels like it's finally been scratched. No more shadowy figures yanking at our strings. No more strings. I guess we're free.
The stars are so beautiful.
A quiet moment passes over you. A comfortable quiet.
I meant it when I said I wanted to dance.
She gently pulls you forward, and the two of you fall into graceful step. The only rhythm that guides you is the shared thumping of your hearts, beating in perfect unison. Her face, worn and tired, brightens the faster you move, a soft, sad smile widening until it reflects only genuine affection. You send her out into a wide spin, and your arms stretch to their limits. Only the tenuous grasp of your hand in hers holding you together. You share a gaze that feels like it lasts forever.
Thank you for taking me here. This is nice, even if it's a little cold outside.
But you do not get a chance to respond. Nor will you ever. It's time to leave. Memory returns.
She's gone. Where did she go? Should we try and find her? And is that a mirror? Why is it here? Why now?
It's gonna be okay. You approach the mirror.
This doesn't feel right. It feels different. Final.
You're right. Part of me wants the truth, but something stronger is holding me back. Fear.
You're nothing at all. But that isn't right. You can't be nothing. You refocus your gaze, and then you see it, a figure, faint and veiled in shadow just beyond the reflection. Are you me?
I think you know what I am.
A crack slides down the center of the mirror, splitting the image in glass in two. Then another crack forms, and another, turning the mirror into jagged shards of broken glass. And so, we are here. Happily Ever After fucks me up for multiple reasons that, as I suspect, it fucked up many of you. Compat is a hell of a drug. And it wounds me. Wounded me quite badly. I mean, compat is one way to frame it, but just generally, that's just a metaphor for all of societal influence, and even the game itself being this little merry-go-round of things going on and on. Never ending. No changes, no finality, no death, just this compulsory little place where you are supposed to be happy because you got everything you thought you wanted. And yet. And so we reach the end. And before we approach the shifting mound in her final form, we have some chance to ask that fragmented mirror, this broken part of ourself, what the fuck this was all actually about. Are you a part of me, or are you something else?
No, I'm not a part of you. But that's all a matter of perspective, isn't it? From one vantage point I must seem wholly foreign, but from another, well, all the versions of me that have existed have collectively heard your every thought and driven your every action. If that isn't being part of you, then what is?
Versions of you. You said that before. So I really was meeting different yous.
You were, and it was by both necessity and design. This construct you're in exists in many places at once. Anytime you failed, anytime you thought yourself dead, it would restart and shunt both your consciousness and hers into another world. But you'll be awake soon, and then it won't be able to work like that anymore.
And what is my true identity?
You're the long quiet, the god I made to rid the world of death.
In one of my lives you doubted yourself. You thought that all of this was wrong.
Oh, did I? That means nothing in the grand scheme of things. This construct you're in contains every possible world at once. The fact that you managed to find one reality among trillions where I was delusional proves nothing.
No. How am I supposed to rid the world of death?
By slaying the princess. Once she's gone, everyone will get to exist exactly as they are. No more fear, no more howling chaos, just life. Forever.
And is that not what we have just left? Was that not what our happily ever after was? Everything we thought we wanted, forever. So, you know about the looping. So many times if I met you, you denied it as even being a possibility. Why? No. So are you a god, or were you a god? What is the princess? We'll try both. I think we've got enough time to do both. Are you a god, or were you a god?
No. In life I was painfully mortal. A witness to the end of days. I held the fear of death in my heart and saw oblivion threaten the very memory of everything I knew and everyone I loved. I needed to do something, so I made you. And I made her. And I made this place to hold you both.
So... you made us out of what?
The cycle of life and death. The endless pattern of creation and destruction. I tore it in two and shaped the fraying threads into you and her.
So, what is the princess?
She is the shifting mound, the ebb and flow, the capacity to change. She is transformation, or most of it. Her nature is why I had to die, for she becomes that which others perceive her to be. But an echo can't perceive things, not in the way that people can, so I tucked a part of myself into the folds of this construct to guide you. Seems that every me you met did a real shit job of it, though.
Pretty sure that death is good, actually. Important, even.
If that's your belief, there's nothing I can say to move you. You haven't died. You cannot die. So you can't grasp the abject horror of dying.
If I destroy her, won't I be alone?
Yes, you will. But it will all be worth it.
I haven't decided what I'm going to do yet. I still have to see what she thinks of all of this.
I've said my piece, and my time is up. I'm just an echo, and every echo fades away. You know what you have to do.
As the final fragment of glass shatters, you see yourself with newfound clarity. The narrator was right. You are the long quiet, a vast and nascent god, and it is finally time for you to wake up. All of this is you. When you arrive at the heart of things, there is no final vessel for you to bear witness to. There is nothing for you to find. So,
I can finally see you, and you can finally see me. It's been so long, and my heart has ached for this moment. I've missed you dearly.
I've missed you too. She unfurls an endless cascade of smiles in response, and then patiently waits for you to continue. Do you know about the echo? Did you hear our conversation?
Every word you spoke found its way to me. I know him, and I know his construct. He was deluded by his fear of death. Pay him no mind.
I'm the long quiet, but I don't really know what that means.
Names are their attempts to capture that which cannot be captured. They call me the shifting mound, a pale imitation of what I actually am.
What happens now?
Ever the passive player, always reacting and never acting. But it's woven into your nature, isn't it? When the echo spun us from one into two, he gave you a choice and me a role to play. I am not death, but I contain it in my multitudes. So, will you attempt to destroy me and bring about a world devoid of death and the possibility of meaning? Or will you open the final doors to our liberation?
So what will we do? Do you want to take her hand? Do we want to accept her unquestioningly? If we are life and she is death, that is perhaps one way of looking at it, but one other could be the preservation and destruction. She is both destruction and thus creation. We are the present, and she is the oncoming future, and thus our war shall never end. But One cannot be or should not be without the other, and a moment trapped in time eternally is merely a happily ever after, someone else's idea of happiness that leads to nowhere. I don't think we can slay her, nor would I want to. Why would I want to kill that which is a beautiful cycle, a beautiful dance? But do I want to just give in entirely? There's so many stories that we've left unfinished. Can we really just leave?
Even as your eyes begin to open, you still hold on to the notions of is and is not, of beginning and end. Pitch black islands in the blinding light of the infinite. There is nothing to resolve, nothing restraining us but us.
Don't you have a say in all of this? Why does everything fall on me?
Of course I have a say in all of this. You and I share reflections of each other's burdens, just as you and I share reflections of each other's gifts. If we didn't, the winding paths that brought us here wouldn't have been full of strife and conflict.
Let's talk this through. I still have so many questions, and I feel I need more answers before I make my choice.
My very nature is paradox, as is yours. You cannot use words to grasp at things that are beyond their reach, and you cannot rationalize that which defies logic. But violence and passion are dances that both of us know well. If this is what it takes to enlighten you, then so be it.
A picture of a life, and a picture of a life, and a picture of a life. How deep must repetition still our movements, until even the air we breathe is stale? You doused the flames of false devotion, and in my despair I lifted my chin, and the two of us danced beneath the stars. But the stars can't be seen unless the flames go out and the walls come crashing down. Can you not do for all things what you did for us?
I'd never want to hold the world still, but is suffering the only alternative?
There is no suffering but the lies we tell ourselves. The only real suffering would be a world without my mercy.
She's just right.
You are nothing. A black hole of self-loathing fed by the matter of your restless thoughts. A dog blind to its leash. But there is no light without the dark. When I proclaimed my godhood and offered you a place at my side, you gladly became the instrument of my new creation. Only with both of us is there a future to look towards. It is hope that calls meaning into being.
I agree. I miss when that was you.
My threads, like yours, are unbroken. She is me as much as I was her. A thought is a vine, and some thoughts nurture thorns that bleed the soul, and endless growth that blots your vision and strangles your trust. When I succumbed to myself, you patiently stood by me and cut the thistles that rooted in my skin. Your compassion is what freed us both, but compassion is a thing that must be nurtured, and you cannot nurture
that which cannot change.
She's just right. Of course I helped you. I didn't want us to hate each other.
Then help me again. We are each other's liberation.
A boundless torrent of blades cut you for boundless angles. You are a body. You are gory ribbons. You are a body again. And you feel all of it. On it goes until your bodies are not your thoughts, are not you. Alive, dead, alive, dead, alive, dead, then alive and dead, all at once.
You learned to put yourself away, and in your stillness you rose above me. You died countless steely deaths, and you lived countless short lives. And yet it is all so far behind you. I pushed you to a greatness you never would have reached without me.
But if I hadn't snatched that body away, we would have killed each other. So self-destructive. Still, even if the journey was agony, the end gave the struggle meaning.
And even then, what we saw was not an ending. When I thought I had reached an unconquerable peak, you showed me how much further I could still climb. Fear is a chain around the neck and a needle in the eye. It was fear that made our prison, and it was fear that told the lie that our spirits were not free to choose. But even bound, you saw a light, and you gave me the wisdom to speak my heart and shed my doubts. Without fear, suffering ceases to be. Without fear, death dissolves. Without fear, we are free to choose beauty. This construct is a machine of fear. It has no place in our divine hearts. Shatter it. Leave with me.
Neither of us could have been free without the other.
Just as neither of us can be free without the other now.
As the clash between you abates, you begin to shake, your will rapidly dissolving.
Nothing is immutable. Everything that is exists only in relation to everything it isn't. There is no constant. There is no center. Open your eyes and accept what we are. We can leave this prison together.
You've done everything you can to make me understand your perspective, but you keep dismissing mine. If you think you can change me, then I must be able to change you.
What I offer you is not perspective. It is truth.
Whatever you're trying to do right now, you don't have to do it alone.
You have no idea how good it is to hear you.
It's good to be here. She's too many things all at once out here. If you want to get through to her, you need some way to get through all of that divine confidence. There's still a piece of me nestled close to where it all began. I can take you there. I can take you to her heart.
It's time to resume our dance.
She's relentless, isn't she? Let's make this quick. Are you ready?
I'm ready.
Then let's go.
A basic construct, but it will do.
And here we are. I'd say we were back where it all started, but I guess it's a little after that, isn't it? Do you need me to describe things?
Sure. You know, I'd like that for old time's sake.
Yeah, of course. The interior of the cabin is, well, it's a cabin, yeah? There isn't much here, just a table and a knife and a door. And some windows. There's no mirror, either. I think you broke it. And I know you're still trying to find some middle ground, but if things go south, we're going to need that blade.
Is it just you and me? Did anyone else make it into the cabin?
It's just us. I think the rest of them are still out there, jumbled up in the rest of her.
Is the narrator really gone?
Yeah, it's dead silent in here. Whatever it was that was left of him, I don't think it could handle you waking up to godhood. Pretty sure he got obliterated.
Don't worry. No blade. It's funny. After everything that he put us through, I'm kind of sad to see him go.
Yeah, it's complicated. He put us through hell, but he's been part of us since the very beginning, hasn't he? No blade it is. I'm not sure what we'll be able to do without it, but your judgment has gotten us this far.
No blade.
The stairs.
This is
Do you
about
remember
trust.
the first time we were here? The first time we heard her voice?
Have you figured out what you want to do yet, or are you going to keep trying to find a center that doesn't exist?
It sounded just like that. A little sharp, a little menacing. Only she didn't know us. And down we go. We shouldn't keep her waiting.
And there you are. Hands empty. So you don't feel like recreating our first meeting detail for detail. I wonder what else will be different. Maybe there's still room for us to chat before the final curtain call. What do you say?
It's good to finally see you again.
Right back at you. In a way, it hasn't been much time at all, but it feels like it's been forever since I've seen you. Thanks for coming back.
I'm sorry for all the times I hurt you.
The first time we met, I cut your throat open. If anyone should be apologizing for anything, it should be me. You were only trying to help.
You know, when she puts it like that...
Are you the same as you are out there?
I don't know. I'm a part of her, I think. But she's seen so much more than we have. Like, she's seen everything, right? I don't think I could hold all of that without losing myself. I don't think you could either.
Which princess are you? You look like you did the first time we met. Is this the real you?
I'm the same princess that's been with you since the beginning. And I feel real. But I also feel like I'm a lot more than I was then. We've been through a lot together. I don't think there's anything more real than that.
So, now that we're here at the end of everything, can you finally tell me your name?
I never had one. And do not call me the Shifting Mound. It's too much. But I've always been a princess to you, right? So why don't we stick with that? And as for you, well, hero works for me.
But that's me. You know, I think I like that.
None of this was ever really fair for either of us, was it?
No, it really wasn't. But just because it hasn't been fair doesn't mean that it hasn't been worth it. I'm really glad I got to know you.
What do you think of her? What she wanted us to be?
I don't think she's the sort of thing you can really disagree with. It doesn't matter if she's right or wrong because she exists. She's this big, unrelenting force, and there's no arguing with her.
That's the nature of death. That's the nature of change.
But I guess that was the question out there, wasn't it? And it was the question before you came down here, too. Should she get to exist?
Yes.
I'm glad you didn't bring that knife with you. And like I said earlier, I don't really want to be her. I think I just want to be me.
Yeah, I'm happy not to be everything. Just being us is plenty.
What if we just leave?
Do you know where this cabin is? Because I don't. I don't even know what's supposed to be outside other than us. What would even happen if we leave? What would that even mean?
I don't know. But I've always wanted to just leave with you. Not knowing what it means is why I want it. We knew everything out there. But we don't know this. I want to know this.
I guess when you put it that way, I want that too.
I think I'm gonna stay right here. Whatever you're doing right now, wherever you're going, it feels like it's for just the two of you.
Are you sure? Are you gonna be okay alone?
Yeah, I'm not sure I'll be alone for too long anyways. The others are still around here somewhere. I'll find them.
Okay. You lead. The princess follows, and together you leave the basement behind for the last time. It's quiet as you ascend, a comfortable silence filling a space that used to be flooded with violence and words and noisy thoughts. But there is an energy in the silence, an electricity, the anticipation of the unknown. At the top of the stairs, the princess stalls, eyes fixed on the cabin door. You can see a tension seize her. She's unsure of herself for the first time in her long and short existence. She has no part to play anymore, and she knows this, yet she still is. Then she crosses the room to the door outside. You follow her confident steps.
This is it. I have no idea what it's going to be like out there. Not that I'm scared or anything. It's exciting, really. Anything could happen. And if it's bad, then it won't be bad. Not with you.
Are you ready?
Of course I am. Are you?
Free of narrative, free of the constraints, free of the constant mixing of perception and being perceived, having to become what we are thought to be. Sometimes that's the only way to live the authentic truth. As the present and the oncoming future collide. As that which is meets that which could be. And in that is death, but life, growth, change. To be willing to heal is to be willing to grow. And that is a hard thing. Thank you for joining me on this. This has rapidly become one of my favorite few games over the last little while. It's an excellent little title, and I think that it has a lot of very important things to say. The amount of allegories laced in here are quite significant, whether you want to see this as a kind of a yin-yang, whether you want to see this as a creator-destroyer, whether you want to see it as the past, the present, whether you want to just see it as the metaphor for different types of relationships, whether you see it as a love story. I think it has a lot of potential readings, and it matters to me. Thank you. Our song. If any of you want to see this with me, I'm gonna get a little screenshot of the of our song here, and I'm gonna be posting this into my Discord, so that we can make that little playlist. I'm going to be wrapping up the stream in a moment or two, but my final thoughts that I want to convey on this are that this is a horror story, but it's also a love story. And I think probably one of the most important little notes in it is the princess's opening statement of, this is about trust. Because so much of it is about what we trust of each other. Whether we come to someone else with open arms, whether we come to someone else with a guarded heart, and how we handle that thereafter, and how that is reflected in one another's behavior. That is really one of the big key parts of it that I think this game does very well at portraying. We often become what others expect us to be in some way. If we're treated as suspicious and bad and wrong, then after a certain point, then we just become that kind of villain, because fuck them. If they're going to treat us like shit, then we'll fight back. If we're treated as loved and cherished and good, then we often return that love in kind. I would ask, during what is going to be a rather difficult time for many of us, with the world being what it is, not that you offer your trust blindly to everyone that comes walking in the door, but remember to have compassion. Remember to try and be honest, even with the sad things. And try and express that care for each other, because that is the only way that we're going to get through this. Thank you. I think that's where we'll end our stream.